Okay, welcome to the ISLA Mapping Florida Marine Track South Florida update for January 2024. The last time one of these videos for South Florida was created was several years ago. Reason being, we only do them periodically when new pictures are available for the areas in question. So for the last year or so, we've been obtaining imagery and fixing the pictures for South Florida. That map was released and started selling in October of 2023, and we're just now starting the video to show what it is and how it compares to what was done previously in some of the other products as well. If you're new to ISLA Mapping, if you buy one of our charts, it comes on a SD microchip like this. It's 32 gigabytes, and that's just for South Florida. If you want to get North Florida, it's the same thing, comes on a separate chip for North Florida, and it has to be separate. Each of them is 32 gigs, and they're both completely full. There's no room hardly at all left on the chips for anything else to be on there, and there never really should be anything on there anyway. So people ask, well, when are you going to put them both on one chip? Just so you understand, at this point in time, under the Navionics platform, which is what we're running on, Simrad, Lowrance machines, almost all of the machines in the marketplace that they're making still are maxed out at 32 gigabyte chips, so you can't save the data to a chip bigger than 32 that the machine won't read it if you try to do that. So it has to be on two chips. Now, they will be making some new machines in the future, and I think they've already got one out, which we're not running on quite yet. And they will support larger chips. And if that happens, we can make one chip, it'll have much larger areas on it, and we could put the whole state on one chip, and that'll be coming, but it's not for virtually all of the machines that are in the market right now. That said, if you buy North and South, you get two of these, one for North and one for South, or you can just buy half. So that's that. We do update these charts almost on a daily basis, certainly on a weekly basis, depending on the area. Something is changing somewhere, someplace all the time. But we only do these video updates when new pictures are released. So that doesn't happen that often, and that's the reason why we're only doing this every 2.5 to 3 years or so when we release the new imagery. So that said, we're going to get ready to get onto the GPS. We're going to go through the chart from beginning to end, and we'll try to go through it quickly, but at the same time, I don't want to skip too many places, because for the areas that you might be interested, I want to be able to show enough detail where you could get a general representation of what you get with the product. As we go through it along the way, we are going to compare it to, by popular demand again, Navionics Platinum US South version. I just got this in the mail. I have no idea what's on here, but we are going to find out very quickly how it stacks up and let the charts speak for themselves. That's what I always say. So I will put it in the machine, and I will update it before we get going with the review, because I want there to be no question that it's an apples to apples, completely 100% fair comparison between this and what we've done. If you don't know much about ISLA, the ISLA maps were created because of this. Because when I used to use this years ago, it didn't work for me. And if you're tuned into this, it probably didn't work for you either. About half of our customers last year in 2023 switched out of this to run ours because this didn't work so well. Now, I haven't seen one of these in quite some time, so I'm not really sure what's on here, but we will find out, and we will make some comparisons. Now, we're going to do it on a random basis. I'm just going to go through the maps, and we're going to just flip the switch on the maps and say, okay, well, let's see what they have for this spot or for that spot. And when we get to interesting places, we'll do that, and you can see the differences in terms of the clarity of everything and the accuracy and what's missing or what's not missing, and if it's equal or if it's better or what have you. And you guys can make your own decisions on what you think is best. So with that said, gonna put on the GPS, and we're gonna get going with the charts. So let's get to it. Okay guys, I've got a Simrad Evo 3S machine up and I've turned it on, and as you can see in the screen, that is the map that pops up first. On the right side of the screen you can see that there's 3 maps actually available inside the machine when it comes to you. So one's called CMAP US Enhanced, there's one's called Navionics, and another one called CMAP Reveal. These are already in the machine. There's no chips associated with them. They're just loaded inside the machine when you get it. And they're basically just like cartoon maps that you get. So this one, you can see they're not very detailed. There's no pictures or anything like that on them. But you can flip back and forth between them in the chart source area. Here's one called CMAP Reveal, and it's not too much of a difference probably between this one and this one. Almost the same thing, but they're just like cartoons basically, and all the machines come to you with these maps already inside, and a lot of people just run around with something like this, which if you were in a place like this is not very detailed for you to know exactly what you're supposed to do around there, because there's just so many missing things and there's no pictures associated with these maps. So this one is from Navico, this one is from Navico, this one is from Garmin. It's called Navionics. It is another cartoon. This one's not very detailed at all. It looks like something a kid would do, right? So anyway, that's what comes in the machine when you get it, and most people say that that is insufficient for them to navigate around. So what you need to do is buy a chip. So in this machine, I've taken the ISLA mapping chip, I put it into the slot down here in the corner, and I've also got the Navionics one here, and we'll boot them up first. So I'll boot up, to boot it up, you push it in until it clicks all the way in. So I'm going to push the ISLA mapping one in first. And you can see the thing on the top right is going around, which means it's loading the chart. This is the way it'll work on yours as well. It'll probably take about 30 seconds for it to load the chip, and then a message is going to pop up, more than likely, unless I've loaded this chip once before. I don't think I have, but there's the message. Do you want to load this chart, ISLA Mapping SFL, the South Florida chart? And the answer is yes, so you click yes, and then a map is going to appear like that. In this case, it came on with the imagery, and sometimes it won't do that, and you have to turn the imagery on in chart options. So this is the menu here, and I'm going to turn it off so that you could see what it would look like if it popped up like that. So it might look like that when you get it, and that's because the pictures have been turned off. And sometimes when you load it for the first time, or if you move it to a different machine, it will load it with the pictures off. You have to turn it on, and you have to turn the shaded relief on. Both of these things have to be on. Our product is based on imagery, and without the imagery, there's no map. So this is what our map looks like zoomed out, at the zoomed out level. Okay, so as you zoom in, the pictures will get cleaner and all the details will start to appear. So I'm going to push in the Navionics one now, and it's going to ask if we want to load that one. So I push that in, and it says, do you want to load that one? And I hit yes. So now it's going to turn on the Navionics chip, and this is the chip version that was in the box. Looks like that zoomed out. As you zoom in, it's going to change the view. So we're going to flip back and forth between these two. If I go into the menu again, into the chart source, you'll see that ISLA mapping is loaded now, and then the Navionics chip is also loaded. So now we've switched to the chip version instead of the cartoon version that was in the machine. So you can flip back and forth between them by going into chart source. So I'm going to load the ISLA mapping in one first, and we're going to start zooming in and getting going around the map. It's showing my location here because the satellites are currently on. It's showing my location in Central Florida. As you can see, as you zoom in, all of a sudden it's going to go away from this type of image to a map is going to appear Okay, this is a base map. It's from NOAA. It's a government-based map, and as you get further and further in on the zoom, the map is going to change in details, and it's going to become higher resolution, and more details are going to start to appear. It covers the entire ocean, Atlantic Ocean and Gulf of Mexico as you zoom in. Now, in addition to this map, there's map features that will show up on top of this map. Lines, areas, and points, and all kinds of other detail will appear on here. So I'm going to make sure that all this stuff is turned on. This is what you have to do with your map, is you have to first get the pictures to turn on, and then you have to go in and change the map layers the way you like it. The map layers are also in chart options in this thing called categories. Categories. You click on categories and you'll see that there's areas, lines, and points here. And there's lots of different areas, lots of different lines and different points. So I'm going to turn them all on right now so you can see what I'm talking about. Every map layer is turned on now in the map. And as I zoom in, stuff is going to start to appear. So here's a lot of depth contours, for instance, at the zoomed out level out here in the ocean. And as you zoom in, more and more things are going to appear. More and more depth contours will appear. Out here on the reef, for instance, out on the Keys, and you can choose to turn anything that you want on or anything that you want off. There's lots of things that are loaded right now in here that we really don't care to see. We have military bases with hash marks here for the naval station. We have all this red lines, which are the tracks that you can run. You have oil lease blocks out here in the Gulf of Mexico that can be turned on or off as well. And you can see that it looks pretty busy. Over here in the Everglades, you can see there's all kinds of depth contours here as well, and the red lines everywhere. And then you have these red shaded areas, these light red shaded areas over all the shallow areas. These are the pull and troll zones, which we can turn that on off if we want. We have the 3 and 9 mile boundary out here and a whole bunch of other things. There's all kinds of areas that we would want to turn off or on. You can see them listed here, and it's up to you if you want to turn this stuff on or off. So I'm going to set the ISLA map up first the way that I would typically run with it. But if you want to see the managed areas where the park borders are, where the state-owned land is, for the oil lease blocks that we were just looking at, oyster beds, pole and troll zones. There's even one on here for the police because they want to see what area of responsibility that they have. You don't care about that. One day you may want to see some of these things, and another day you may not. So I'm going to set it up the way I typically go with it because I don't care about most of these things, and they are layers that overlay on top of the pictures, and it makes it busy. So I'm going to turn them all off by hitting the top button, and I'm just going to turn the ones on that are interesting to me right now. So I might want to see this if I was up around the oyster areas, because it shows you where they've had leases and things like that, where oysters might be. There's another one for oyster beds here that are not leases. And I might be interested in this later on when I get up into the Everglades, the wilderness waterway area. It shows how to get through the wilderness waterway. It shows the area highlighted. If I wanted to see manatee zones, I would check that, but I really don't care about that right now. So these really are the only two areas that I'm interested in at this time, is this oyster stuff. And the rest of this, I'm not so concerned about the Everglade boundary and all of that. Now with respect to the lines, if I touch the arrow here, it will expand all the different types of lines that are on the map. I'm only interested in this one right now. I'm going to turn the depth, well, I'll leave the depth contours on for right now, but we'll turn them off later because in lots of places I go, I'm not really so concerned about those particular lines. They're not very helpful in the very shallow areas. There's not too many of them. I like to see the roads. I'm going to turn that on. This is a good one, post lines and fences in the water. And then these are the tracks that we run. And then we have rocks and structure and jetties. These are the ones I typically run. Rocks, jetties, and structure. High tide tracks, low tide tracks. Those are the only lines I have on. We can turn this 9 and 3 mile boundary off the coast if we want on, but the rest of this, I really don't care about this stuff right now. So I'm leaving that off. And I'll come down here to the points. And these are the icons on the map for all the little things that you could want to see or not see. And if you want to expand it, you have to touch the arrow next to the word, and then it expands out, and you can see I've turned them all off. But if you click the top box, all of them check. So there's all kinds of depth information on here. There's day markers, the bridge clearances, buoys, all kinds of things that you might want to see. I turned off the oil lease blocks on the map, so I'm going to turn off the labels associated with them as well. Since that's out in the Gulf of Mexico, hardly anybody uses those things. So I'm turning that off. I'll leave the rest of them on so you can see what they look like. You'll see them on the map, and if you touch it, it'll tell you what it is. So now that I've got my map layers set for areas, lines, and points, I X out of this, and the map is set up the way that I would typically run with it for the course of the day. And again, you can see a lot of depth contours even in the middle of the Everglades here, and I don't really find that very useful for my fishing inshore. I like to use it offshore. As you zoom in, more and more stuff shows up on our chart. So this is the zoomed out view of Florida with it set the way that I would typically run with it. Just like this. We're going to start reviewing this over here at Tortugas. In this area here, we'll work our way through the Keys. We'll go up the west coast of Florida, up here to Sarasota County. So the boundaries for the South Florida map go up to Sarasota County, the north end of Sarasota County, and they run over here to Indian River County at Sebastian Inlet. So if you drew a line from here to here, everything south is what's covered on this map with respect to the high resolution imagery. As you can see, there's a map for the whole place, but you don't have the really clean pictures north of that line. You have low resolution pictures inland, and you have a map. You can still use it up there, but if you want the pictures, you're not going to get it. So here's an example of that. This is where the pictures stop at northern Sarasota County, and once you get past these pictures, you can see that there's the map, and you could just run on the map with no pictures, and you have some pictures where the land is, where you wouldn't run a boat, and the map is still there for you to use without the pictures of the Tampa Bay, for instance, in this one, or anywhere up in the northern areas. So it still could be used to navigate because all the tracks and all the depths and all the map features are still here, but you don't have the pictures of the water and the shallow inland areas when you get off the chart that you're loaded. This is the South Florida chart, so the pictures stop here at northern Sarasota County. These icons here are artificial reefs. If you click on them, it'll tell you what the stuff is down there. And they're all over the state, all over. So we're going to start down here first at the Tortugas area. And you can see that as you zoom in, the base map changes. So this is one map, and then there's a higher resolution map. As you get closer in, the higher resolution map pops up. The pictures are on top of the map. And the more you zoom in, the more detail that is going to appear. These yellow buoys are the boundary of the area, the way that they've outlined it. This is the fort. And you can see that it's very, very clean images, and all of the information is here. These are the pilings where the old pier used to be, and you have the markers and everything else, and it shows you the edges. So the yellow lines are the edges of the very, very shallow areas, and those are called bars, flats, and banks. So most of the time you want to be very cautious when you get next to a yellow line, because that's the edge of the flat. They're all drawn by hand. It's very precise. So it helps you stay aligned in terms of staying in the deeper water versus the shallow shallower areas where you need to pay more close attention. You can see it looks sort of shallow here, but this is a little deeper. It doesn't get shallow where it could become a navigation issue until you get past this yellow line. So that's the way it is all over the state. Again, it's all done by hand with the yellow lines. There are about 100,000 of them have been drawn on this map. There's tides on the map as well. Here's a tide direction arrow right now. If you click it, it'll tell you what it is, and you can actually go right to the currents. It's the current direction and all of that. That's a current one. There's also one for tides. Here's one for tides right here. Okay, that's the tide station. You can go right off the map and pull up the tide station for where you are in the tide cycle. All over the map you'll find arrows and tide stations. And then you'll find the red and green arrows. Any of these features that you see on the map here can be turned on or off. You could run it with only pictures if you wanted, no names, no depths, no lines, no nothing if you didn't want it. Okay? So just because you see it on here, and it might look busy like this with all these depths everywhere, usually you pull up to a spot like one of these patch reefs or something, and you want to see what's going on. Once you zoom in, all the information is there, very, very clean. Okay, so you can see very, very cleanly what's going on around the fort. There's a dive place there. There's a wreck there, a wreck here. And this is what Tortugas looks like. Again, you have these bars. This bar moves around a little bit from time to time. So that's Tortugas. Let's get a look and see what these other people did for the same area. And we'll start zoomed out, just like I did with this one. And I will go to pull up their map in chart source and pull up the Navionics one, see what they bid for this particular spot. So that's what it looks like zoomed out. You zoom in, and let's look at the settings for this just to make sure that we have everything done apples to apples. So if you come in here, now that the chart is loaded in there, you can go into the chart options and you can see how this chart is set up. The photo overlay is on. There's no transparency set, so you can see all the pictures. Shaded relief is on. We've got the shallow water areas at 0 feet, so we can see all that. The sonar chart is on. I have dynamic icons. I've got the US presentation, all the depth contours, details. I have the chart detail set to user, okay, rather than all, because I left everything on under this. Everything is turned on their map except for restricted area. And the reason I turned that off is because it puts purple ducks all over the screen. Those are the managed areas, and I don't want to see purple ducks when I'm reviewing the chart. So, but everything else has been turned on the Navionics chart, and this is what they have for the Tortugas. So you can see that even at this zoom level, which is not very much, it's not very detailed. You have to get in here to about 2 miles, and then all of a sudden this chart pops up. Let's see. So you get this shaded relief kind of map at about 2 miles of zoom. And then after you get in a little bit more at the closer to 1 mile or 2 miles, then the pictures come on, and this is their picture for that. So you can see this is pretty typical of what they do. You have these dark pictures and this light picture and then this really low resolution picture. This is all sort of useless out here, and it's just not very professionally put together. You can see all these clouds here. Compare that to let's compare that to what is on the other chart at the same exact one. I didn't touch it at all. So here's the chart, here's the picture, and you can see you don't have any clouds. You don't have any clouds at all in this picture. This is all that stuff has been straightened out. Let's go back to theirs. Just to be fair, just want to make sure that everyone sees what I'm talking about here. Okay, so there's their picture. Here's the clouds up here. And let's see what kind of resolution that they provide after we just looked at the fort on mine. So if you click in, we're zooming in on the fort, zooming in on the fort, and then you get past this and then a different picture pops up, it looks like. It's not so bad actually, it's pretty good. But if you zoom into really far, it's 100 feet. It's actually, that picture is not really that bad. Zoomed all the way in. Hopefully it'll be like this for all the Garmin people anyway, all over the place. Noticing that this map in this machine is a little bit laggy. See how it's taking a while to update the pictures. And this is a very fast machine. This is one of the top of the line Simrad machines. So here they have picture A and picture B, fuzzy picture, cleaner picture, here in this anchorage area. And you can see the hard line and the white line that they have. And they just don't take the time to straighten this kind of stuff out. They just do not do that. It's like this quilt of imagery like this, and it's just sort of a mess. And you come out here and there's more clouds. Why they would put a picture like that on, I really don't know, but they have done this all over the place, it looks like to me, in this area. So let's do that's at 200 feet of zoom. 200 feet of zoom, 200 feet on the zoom on the map. We'll go over here and look at what the ISLA chart looks like for the same spot at the fort at 200 feet of zoom. That's the difference. Okay, that's 100 feet of zoom, and you can see that it's a pretty good picture. Zoomed in, they had a pretty good picture too, but this is the kind of detail. This is a much easier chart to interpret and see what's happening at the Tortugas. So the Tortugas is the first spot, and then we head over towards Key West from the Tortugas. You can see there's a track running through there over to Marqueses, and we can poke around Marqueses now, so, and Key West area. So this is the zoomed out view of the Marqueses area, and then you have the Lakes Passage area over here west of Key West, and then you have Key West over here, and all the tracks running through these areas, including Marqueses, which is a very remote spot, but well traveled. This is what our stuff looks like at the Marqueses. You can see the pictures are very clean. This is a PVC stake here that probably anybody who's been there will know what that is. And this is how to get in and out of Marqueses. And the routes through there, the red tracks are the red tracks. You got a PVC stake here. There's two more here that you have to go to the middle of them to understand how to get through here. It doesn't look like this when you're out there in the water most of the time because you can't see these flats if you don't have low light. It's hard to see that. But this shows you exactly where the deep water is and where to stay between the yellow lines and between these posts, these PVC stakes. Same thing here. You can zoom way in, that's 100 feet. 100 feet of zoom, PVC stake, you have to do it like that. Okay, so that's that. This is how they negotiate these areas. You have the lower basin, and then there's an upper basin here, and fish lay up in there, and they fish all these cuts and around the outside here. Okay, and it gets deeper out here. You can see part of the patches and so forth like that. And then we stop the pictures out further out because the pictures were poor quality. It's better to use the map out there in the deeper water. But for all the inshore folks fishing, you can see a lot of these wrecks are out here. You can actually see the wrecks in the pictures in some of them, in some places out here on the sands. Okay, so it's very good pictures for the most part. Some of these old wrecks, like you might be able to see the shadow of that wreck right there, and you can see the wreck symbol on there. And there's a few more like that in this area that are pretty well known. target wreck is out here, and this big sailboat is out over there. So this is what our stuff looks like from Marqueses zoomed out, including the lake's passage, which we'll get to in a minute. Let's see what they did for this particular area. I'll change it over to this one. Okay, so again, you get this map, shaded relief kind of map that is more focused, and seems like it's primarily focused out here in the deeper water. And then they have this very low resolution imagery here, which is all pixelated, useless as a picture out here. Let's see what they did for Marqueses. Okay, so we have this level of zoom, all of a sudden the map goes away, and then you get this picture. And again, you have this picture A versus picture B kind of stuff with a bunch of clouds up here, and it just does not look very professional to me, in my opinion, for what it's supposed to be. So they didn't take any time to straighten this out at all. They just take the pictures and put them on and really don't do too much to them, it doesn't appear like. So these pictures are, let's see. This is 200 feet of zoom, and you can see there's no stake like you saw before. You can't really tell exactly where you're supposed to be. You can see the cut. You can't see the stakes. The stakes are not on there. The stake here, the 2 stakes here. Down over here, there was 3 stakes. Can't see that. And the pictures generally are just fuzzier, and you can see I'm zooming around, and it's a little bit laggy. I'm not really sure why it's doing that, but this is the chip that they use. It doesn't look like the read speed on it is very fast to be able to pull up their data quickly. So this is it for Marqueses with these people. That's as good as their picture gets. I'm looking at it and it looks pretty fuzzy to me at 200 feet. Let's see for that spot what the ISLA chart looks like. You can see the line going through, having to get out of that channel. There's a big bar here, and you have to do it like that to cross the sand. You can see there's a stop sign there, so if you came in here, it's basically telling you don't keep on going because you're gonna run aground right here in that shallow area at the end of that yellow line. These are the way to negotiate this, and it's very easy to see what you're supposed to be doing and what you're not supposed to be doing as well. And it's not so clean on the other one to be able to understand that. So zoomed out, you can come across Boca Grande Channel. Again, there's a current icon, and you come into the lake's passage on our chart. You can see way out here, it's deeper. It gets very shallow in here in the Lavina Bank area. It's a lot of good fishing in there. We didn't run a track through there on purpose. There is a way to negotiate through there, but it's like a maze. And depending on the time of the tide, it'd be tricky, so we did not put a track through there. This is the more conservative way to run on the outside, and then you can idle in to a place like that. But all the places where you would typically be able to run a boat, where there's markers and stakes and so forth like that, we've got tracks. This is the lake's passage where people come through on the inside and stay out of the ocean. Boca Grande Key. People come out here and go to the beach with their boats, park their boats there along that beach. It's a nice getaway from Key West. And these are the tracks going across from Key West to through there. You run through these markers. It's all marked. This is the entrance to it near Key West. You run across through there, past that one, past these 2 markers here, and you keep going off to the west, again following the line or one of the lines until you get to this marker, and then you keep on going through all the way over towards Marqueses and the Boca Grande Key area. There's lots of channels and cuts through here, these flats. Most of them are lined with these PVC stakes. like this, and buoys and what have you, and it shows you how to negotiate that and where all the danger symbols are. These are obstacles and that you can click on that you'd want to avoid. These again are PVC stakes along the edge of the channel, and then these are buoys out here that they've put out to stay out of the area. This is stay out of this area, kind of warning buoys for that. Let's see what theirs looks like for a place like that. See what they've got, see if they have those stakes in there. So nothing. I don't see any buoys. I see nothing over here. None of the features that you would see with your eyes are noted on this chart. There's just not, they're not there. There's no tracks in here. And so if you were trying to use this, it's a big guessing game for a lot of places, and it determines exactly how perhaps you would want to go through this bar that sort of appears here. It's you see there's a bar there, but you're not 100% sure if you've never been there. You have poor light, exactly the best way to get from a place like over here to over here, because there's just no information on this map to help you other than this relatively fuzzy picture and a few depth indications. By way of comparison, if you had this other one running in your boat, you could see exactly where the cuts are and what it looks like zoomed in with a great deal of clarity. So there's actually a little deeper water right here, but you can run it here and avoid some of this really shallow area over here. So this is probably the most conservative way to do it. It's drawn like that for a reason. And then these yellow lines pop off the map very cleanly, so you can see without just at a glance where the edges are. So when you're running, it's very easy to make the decisions. This is some rocks down here, and there's a couple of stakes and a big channel going back into these islands here. It's very, very accurate, these lines, and these posts are exactly in that position. Let's see what they would have for a place like that. No posts, no edge. You can't really tell too much if this is the same depth as that, or if this is the same depth as that. It's very, very difficult. It almost just looks like you could just go like that, straight across there, because there's not much of a difference between this and out here. Very hard to see that. But if you did that, you would definitely crash your rig. Those are big rocks in there, and they get exposed, and you cannot do that almost all times of the tide. You cannot do it. It even has a caution symbol right there. These are the edges of the bars. They're like jetties sticking out. That's the kind of detail that we've got on here. You can see that these symbols are high caution symbols. It means you really got to pay attention to what you're doing when you enter here. Really pay attention, because negotiating to get through here is very tight. No problem at all to do it, but you have to pay very close attention, and there's no margin for error in a place like this. If you're too far this way or too far this way, you'll run aground. You don't want to do that. That's why these caution symbols are there. When you see those symbols, that means that, hey, you really need to be close attention. You need to be zoomed in about like that in order to make sure that you're on that line and you can't see with your eyes very well. Here's another one. This is actually black. This is a black track and a red track. That means that this track shouldn't even be attempted unless the water's high. At low tide, it's too skinny through here. You'll probably bump there and probably hit there. It's just, there's no reason to try to do a track like that at low tide when you have a route nearby like this one, which is much easier to do. You can see this one has red caution on it, and this one has regular caution on it. It's much easier to get through here than it is up here. Here's another black and red one where I'm basically saying, by changing the color of this, that this entrance, and it even says it on the map, that this entrance may not be passable at a super low tide. So don't come through here at that one unless it's high tide. That's why that's there. But people negotiate that every day, and it is a shortcut that you could take. Here's ones that are more commonly used and easier to get in and out of. And you can tell by the caution symbols if it's easier or if it's not so easy. I mean, you can make a choice depending on what kind of boat you're running and what time of the tide it really is. So there's a lot of details on here. These skull and crossbones, for instance, are dangerous obstacles sticking up. That is a big, huge post. There's a big metal pipe right there sticking up that you could run into, or if you run into it or pull over it, it could even puncture your boat. It's very dangerous. There's a few of those up there on those flats. There's another one here, stumping there. There is a couple of posts up here, stuff sticking up off the flat, obstacles and things like that. Okay, Cudjo Key. This is basically a sign and another sign basically saying don't get near the key, it's a environmental area. Let's see what they got for the Cudjo Key. Okay, so that's the picture. It goes all fuzzy. No signs, and you really can't tell, you know, if you wanted to come in here and go into this channel exactly how you would best do that. There's a lot of guessing with these pictures. This very poor quality imagery, low resolution imagery, probably from a satellite, whereas the pictures we're using are not from satellites. And or most of them anyway. And if we would never put a picture like that on our product. It's just not sufficient quality. Out here with their product, you can see this is the Northwest Passage, and there's big jetties out here. And the last time I looked at this, these jetties were not that visible. On this one, on this version of it, you can see it says East Jetty. You can actually see the jetty in this picture, this East Jetty. And then there's a remnant of it down here, and it extends up here like that. That's actually not a bad picture for that. But there's one over here too, West Jetty. See that? It says West Jetty right there. There's another one of these over here, goes like that. And in this particular map, you can't see any of that. And it's very dangerous. I mean, they're big boulders. If you ran across it like that, going from east to west and ran across this because you couldn't see a picture like this over here, you could destroy your boat or worse. Let's see what our map has for the jetties at the Northwest Passage and see how much better it is in terms of showing you exactly where these things are, and there they are. So East Jetty, West Jetty, it's very obvious where they are. In this case, I've got that feature turned on for rocks and jetties so you can see it's highlighted. Let me turn the lines off so you can see just the picture without the line around it. I'm going to turn that line off. This is just the picture with no lines. Here's the West Jetty. This is the picture. See that? And then here's the East Jetty. No question where the jetty is. The pictures don't lie. This is exactly what's there. These rocks are huge rocks like you see at any jetty. They've been trucked out there on a big barge. They expose at low tide, and if you run into them, you will definitely sink your boat. They are very, very dangerous rocks. And you can actually sort of see the big boulders here when you zoom in on that in that picture. But this is the jetty, and here's the West Jetty. For whatever reason, on their map, you cannot see any of that. It's actually very, very dangerous. This is what I've been saying for years. People run around in a place like this. This is all deep water out here, 15 feet, 12 feet. They don't see it on the map. If it was nighttime or something and they didn't see that, you could really, really get yourself in trouble very, very quickly. Let's take another quick peek at that. But this is what they've been doing for years with this lack of detail. And again, you know, the pictures, the maps speak for themselves. Here you can see it, here you can't. This one is just as dangerous as this one. in many respects, particularly if you're running a big center console or something. You crash into that, it's game over. Very dangerous to use a map like this if you're not an expert in an unfamiliar area, because there's just insufficient detail for you to know exactly what you need to know when you need to know it. That's just the truth of the way it is. Okay, so again, this is Navionics, Garmin. This is their picture for the Key West area zoomed out. You get into about this, the pictures come on, and this is what you get with them. So again, I don't know what the purpose of this kind of stuff is, because the map is actually more useful there than this picture. If you turn the pictures off on theirs and turn just the pictures, all the pictures off on the Garmin, and just use the map. Here, there you go, here's the jetty. You can actually see the jetty with just the map. But if you had the pictures on, this is actually much better to use their chart with no pictures than with pictures, because here you can see the jetty and the buoys and the depths. And here's the east jetty and the west jetty, no problem. You can see it there. I guess if I was running this, I'd rather be using this than the actual pictures. So why they even put the pictures on there when they're relatively useless and dangerous to rely on, I don't know. But that is the way it is. Here's the pictures. Again, most shallow water boaters want the pictures because they can see the flats and the bushes and what have you. But if you were running from Cudjo Key out this direction and you had the pictures on and it got late in the day and you saw this, it'd be a real problem, and that's the issue with it. So let's get back over here, put on the good map again, and we're over here at Cudjo Bank, just north of Key West. It's a very, very clean picture. You can see all of the edges, all of the stakes, and most of the features that are out there, the wrecks and what have you. Here are some, there's some shallow sand out here, and then there's some pipes that stick up out of the ground that are at the water surface. And if you run into something like that, this is about 10 feet of water, that would also, they're just metal rebar sticking up out of the water at the water surface, and they've been there for years. If you run into that, you're going to sink your boat. It's exactly at that location, and you need to know where that is. That's the kind of stuff that we try to put on the map. Let me turn the lines back on. I'm just going to turn on the lines that I want. I'm going to turn off the depth contours right now, and just leave on the stuff I would typically leave on. Okay, so this is the way I sort of like to use it. I can run these tracks day or night, any time of the day or night. It looks just like this at midnight. You can see exactly where you are. All of these features, all of these markers and buoys are exactly correct. They're exactly at that location. If you ran your boat to any of them and reached out, you could touch it with your hand. That's how accurate they are. This is Key West. This is how they get in and out. It's all easy to navigate out here in this big deep channel. But, and these are the power lines out here in the water. You can actually see them in the picture, power lines. Very clean, very clean. This is the ingress and egress out of there, under the bridge. We've got the bridge heights on all of the bridges, and here's one that says 19 feet at mean high tide. All the bridges have these features on it. So this is Garrison Bight, and this is what it looks like there. Here's the airport and all the features around the airport. There's all kinds of posts out here, signs, and all kinds of detail here coming in and out of the Key West area. Very easy to see no matter what. So again, all these features, if you don't want to see the blue towers for the power lines in the water, the reason they're on there is because they actually do extend into the water in lots of places, like through here. And when you're out there and you see these things, you have good situational awareness, because what you see with your eyes is what you see on this chart. And these right here are concrete abutments. So there's big lines going from the top of these towers down to these concrete abutments out here in the water. And even the concrete abutments are on there in terms of exactly where they are in the water. So if you're running at night and you want to avoid this thing, there's no question about where all this stuff is in the shallow area. Let's see if they have that kind of detail here. So around this channel, this is the way people do it. They go past this PVC stake. There's a caution and a caution. Over here on the other side of this, there's a caution for the entrance, a caution for the entrance. It's tight through there. You have to hit between the yellow to get through there. But this is something that people would run every day through a place like that, and on this side as well. And then you have the power line towers over here. Let's see what they have for something like that. See what kind of insight that you would be able to glean from looking at that. And you wouldn't be able to glean very much. So again, this is a classic example of if you were new to an area and you were here in this area here and wanting to go off in this direction, from looking at a picture like this, which is just sort of washed out with not a lot of contrast, you don't have hardly any meaningful insight in terms of exactly how you would do that. You sort of see a little deep here, but you're not sure. You wouldn't be 100% sure if you could do that or not. And exactly, would you do this one or would you do this one? And if you, depending on the time of the tide in the boat, you wouldn't know if you could do that. You wouldn't know coming from this direction if you should go through over here or go through over here, and exactly what you're going to be facing when you get up in that direction. You can sort of see it, but it's very fuzzy, and it provides a great deal of anxiety and uncertainty. And this is what it is all through this area. So you just don't know, because of these pictures, exactly if you could be running up in here or you shouldn't be running up in here. Can you get from here into this thing up over here or not? You know, if you were here, could you get over here? You wouldn't know what you could do with this. This is nothing but uncertainty and questions. And people would get themselves in a lot of trouble here, depending on the boat they're running and the time of the tide, because of all the uncertainty with this respect to how they put this together. Let's look and see, if you turn off the pictures, if it's better with just the map. Well, you can see the shallow water. So that is actually a little bit of help. So you can see that it's all brown. You really shouldn't do that. So maybe you should try to go over here. But if you have the pictures on, you really can't see that it's really too shallow in here a lot of the time. And you can see this bluefish channel here that you might want to try to get into. But if you were down here, would you know, if you'd never been there before, if you can get from here to there? Would you know how to do that from looking at this chart? When I used this chart years ago and tried to figure that out, I could not understand it. And now it's 10 years later, and I still could not understand that if I was a new boater. I would not know if I could do that or not. So let's see if you could tell on the other chart if you could do that, and exactly how you would if you were going to try to do it. Well, here's the channel. And in order to do that, you have to go across this bar. If you're coming from this direction, you do it like this. If you're coming from this direction, you do this. If you go across this bar, you need to be very careful depending on the time of the tide. There's all these stakes listed here. And you can see that you have to do it just like this. There's a high caution because at super low tide, it's really, really thin through here, trying to get up into this channel. There's a PVC stake and there's some more PVC stakes along the way to help you get lined up. You would not know any of that from looking at the other chart on how to do that. And you'd probably just blast right across here like this. You wouldn't know the best way to do it. And a lot of people run aground in this area in a place like that. Conversely, coming from the other direction, you might be inclined to come from the north and down the south and try to head off into this spur. And if you did that, you'd run aground because it runs out down here. You have to do it this way to get out on the bottom. There's no way to know that from looking at the other chart. So this is, again, the back country, mud keys, buoys back here, stakes back here, all the ingress and egress for the whole thing back here. This is Snipe Key here. It's all the tracks that you could run in Snipe Key. There's a shortcut through here. That's a black. You would only do this when the water is very high. If you try to do it at low tide, you'll definitely run aground. You wouldn't want to do it. But if you don't know about stuff like this, the only way to get from over here to over here is to go way out of your way around this way or way out of your way around this way. Whereas if you have really high water and you had this chart, you would know that with high water, you could actually make that run. But it says run it only at high tide. No question about what you're supposed to do and how you would do it. Because when you're out there, it doesn't look anything like this. All these flats could be really almost invisible when you have low light. You wouldn't be able to tell the depth of any of this with the watercolors and so forth. We spent a lot of time fixing these pictures to make it look like this, so there's no question about any of it and how to get around in this area. Let's see what they got for a place like that. Here's the spot. It's a big question mark. It would be a big question mark for anybody on what they could do and when they could do it. No telling. You have no direction of what you're supposed to be doing here. This is the Middle Narrows. This is a navigable corridor. It's a very famous run called the Middle Narrows. If you've never been here, you would not know where the entrance to it is on either side and how to do it. It's a very narrow passage and you cannot see the ditch there. Down here is the Inner Narrows. It's very, very poor pictures. You can sort of see the ditch here, but once you get past this, you have no idea how to do this. So there's one way and only one way to do this when the water's low. You have to come through here like this and make a turn. There's a stake out here. You can't see any of that on the chart. There's no way a novice would be able to look at this and understand how to properly negotiate this or this with a picture like this. You just could not do it. Be all kinds of questions. If you look at this other chart, all of that is very clean. You can see exactly where the entrance to the Middle Narrows is. There's a PVC stake on it. You can see the ditch. You can see where people did it wrong. The prop scar here. This is the entrance to it on the other side. You have to do it like that. It's run all the time by people who know what they're doing. But if you don't get in here at the proper spot, it's going to be trouble if the water's low. Down here, if you don't make the run like this, past this stake, avoiding this bar, and avoiding this bar, and making the right turn exactly at that stake there, within feet of the stake, to head off into this, you will run aground again. There's another stake up here. All of that detail is missing. This is all rocks up in here. If you don't make that run properly, it's going to be a bad day. Once you come through, it tells you how to go any direction that you want to go. Up here at Marvin Key, You can see this is very famous. This is the lagoon area where people hang out with their boats. This is how to get in and out of there. You can see all of that detail, and all through the Barracuda Keys, all the way up to Sawyer Key. You can see there's a black tracks in here. Rocks, all very hard. It's like concrete. You can only do it when the water's up on these tracks. That's why the red tracks are stop signs all over the place, because it's very, very dangerous to run this at low water, unless you know exactly what you're doing. So there's red and there's black for a reason. Okay, so out here on the ocean side, we've sort of blown by some of these features out here. On this update, we have much better pictures out here on the reef. And you know, this is actually the lighthouse out there off at Sand Key Light. You can actually see the lighthouse right there, and you can see these coral heads out over here. Very clean. Artificial reef here. There's a wreck there called Stargazer. There's more reef here. Some buoys out here. More flats out here on the reef line, these patch reefs. It's 35 feet, 30 feet. Get over towards Key West, and you can see how clean these pictures are way out here on the reef. This is a big upgrade from what we had before for some of these patches out here. So you see where the patches are, very clean. It's a dive site. Actually, you know, breakers here is all exposed at low tide. No snorkeling. You can see what's happening here. We'll see what they have for those kind of pictures out in the ocean, since they're more focused on the deep water. So pictures are poor. You can see they go fuzzy when you zoom in. But you can see, zoomed out, you can see where the stuff is. But again, you've sort of got picture A and picture B, and it's a little bit fuzzy, and you got to really strain yourself to figure out what's happening. This sort of looks like a painting rather than a picture to me. I wouldn't be able to get the detail I was looking for on a picture like that. You almost need to look at it zoomed out and try to interpolate what's happening. Here's one of those reefs, and again, you can see how fuzzy that is. That's as good as it gets with them. And then over here, they've changed the picture again to something else. Not really sure. This doesn't look very professional to me. This really looks sort of bad. But this is it. So let's see. Okay, so it's a little easier to see what's happening out here until the water drops off. This is Lou Key. This is very famous off Cudjo Key in the Keys. You can really see the coral heads out here. And what's happening at Lou Key, where the light is, the marker. It's a dive site, very, very famous. Okay, so we're up sort of in this Cudjo area, Big Pine area, and this is very, very challenging to navigate. This is Contents Passage, very famous, very, very famous place. On the south end of Contents Passage, this is how you would get in and out of there. People want to come to Contents Passage. Lots of people want to come out here. You can see all the yellow edges, and how you would have to negotiate this if you were coming from the inside in order to get over there. It has to be done in a very precise way in order to do it without wrecking yourself because of all these shallow flats. So that's just the way it is, and most people that are unsure, they want to go way out in the Gulf and come in on this side. But this shows you, no matter what direction you want to do it, where the entrances are and how to stay in the channel going down. And then once you get down to the south end, how you would do it. So there's two cuts. You can't do this one, that's why there's stop signs. You'll run aground here or run aground here. If you didn't know, you have to do it on this side, make that turn in order to make it in there. Otherwise, it's just too shallow. Let's see what they got for a spot like that. See if that detail is on there. So here's the picture, 200 feet of zoom. If you're just looking at the picture and the picture only, you would sort of think you could do that. If this was low tide and you had this picture and you were coming from this direction headed south, you can envision yourself using this. You're coming down the main drag in the main channel headed south, big wide channel here, and then you get down to this point and you're looking at this. You have no idea if you should do this or if you should make that turn over here, because it looks like you could actually probably do that. And the only time you can do that is when the water's really high. But if the water wasn't really high and you did that, it'd be game over right in here. You could not do it. You have to make that turn. Okay, let's go back to the other one again. Cudjo Key, very famous. Lots of people stay over here at Cudjo Key. This is bow channel. All of these markers are exactly correct. They're to the foot accurate in getting in and out of here. It's also very confusing coming in here from the ocean into this area because there's just so many markers and stuff in terms of where you're supposed to be. So if you're going to go through the bridge or you're going to go over here to the marina, this is how you would negotiate all of that. Everything that you see on this chart is out there. All these stakes, they're all numbered exactly like this. They change it quite often as well, so I'm not really sure what's happening here. The bridge is a low bridge. It's only about 7.5 feet at high tide to get under this tiny bridge, so a lot of boats can't get through here, but all the inshore boats can, for the most part, make it under that bridge. If you were staying at Cudjo Key, you know, the ingress and egress here on the bay side is very challenging, and there's only a few places that you do it. If you were up here on this side, you have to do it here about this stake. There's only one way to do that, and that's to get in here like this. If you do it over here or you do it over here, it's rocks. Or if you're over here, you have to do it over here. And then you can get into the canals on these lines here. But if you try to do it, make a shortcut and the water's low, it's just too shallow along the shoreline for you to get in there. And there's lots of places to get in trouble. If you're coming down this canal, looking straight ahead into the bay, and you don't make this turn, it's game over right here. You have to make the turn to get out. It's just too shallow and too rocky. It's just like concrete there. That's why there's a stop sign there. You would never find that kind of accuracy and detail on these other charts. It's just not what they do. Venture out. This is where people gas up for this area. Most people use this gas station here. And the ingress and egress out of there, and out of Summerlin Key as well. How to get in and out of all these places no matter where you could be staying. Key Lois, very famous, a lot of fishing here. And this is, again, bow channel coming into the ocean. You have Sugarloaf Sound over here. A lot of people stay over here in Sugarloaf area. The sound is very shallow. You have to do it the specific way, coming through these markers to get back in the back. And you have to do it like this. You wouldn't be able to tell this kind of detail on the other chart. More than likely, it would probably, coming through here, you would probably be looking at this bridge thinking you could go through that bridge. You can't. It's a stop sign there. You have to do it this way. You cannot get through that bridge. The other map is not going to have a stop sign there, I can assure you of that. And if you look on that flat, a lot of people have run up the ground there, and there's all kinds of prop scars in this area where you could see where people didn't see it. And then you have lower sound here. This is really shallow in here. So a lot of people will come down here and make the mistake of staying in these areas. And this is one of the worst boating locations that you could have down here, trying to get in and out of here if you don't know what you're doing. It's very, very shallow. It can be done. There's people who live in here, but you really have to know it in order to get in and out. So most people would come through here and they go through these stakes, and then they get back into this deep creek here. But I would imagine that this kind of detail is missing as well. So you have to go by these stakes and through that gate in order to do it. Let's see if you could see something like that on the Navionics chart, and see if you were using it and trailered your boat down, if you could actually figure that out. This is really a slow chart. I'm not really surprised. I don't know what's up with that, but it says, come on, it says stake area, but this is as good as the picture gets, and it just says stake area, but it doesn't show you where the stakes are or what side of the stake you're supposed to be on, and how you get from up in here down into here. Getting through here, it's not so clear. If you didn't have good light, this is what you'd be looking at. You'd be very, very nervous doing that because you just can't see it very well. Whereas on this one, there'd be absolutely no question what you're supposed to do and what is exactly there. Big hole there. You can see there's a big hole in that flat. You're going to go around the edge of this flat through that gate. That's the only way to do it. You have to go through this gate, through those two posts. If you don't do that, you run aground here, run aground there. Go by the stakes on this side. You go into the creek exactly like that. You can see the prop scars in here where people didn't do it right. You have to do it like this. Otherwise, you're gonna run aground. Under the bridge, past the big stakes, and it's out into the ocean from there. Okay, Big Pine Key, Middle Torch Key, Big Pine over here. Lots of people have problems, or a lot of people stay on Big Pine, and they have problems over here in this area. Back here in Coupon Bight, and understanding how to get in and out of there. This is Little Palm Island here, where all the rich people go to stay. Very fancy, and the main drag getting out of there. People fish in Coupon Bight, depending on the time of the year. There's all types of obstacles out here, from mangroves that got blown out when Irma came through. They're still sunk out here, and you could run and hit those big branches. There is a lot of uncertainty from a lot of people about how to negotiate Big Pine Key, particularly on the north end of Big Pine Key. So this is Big Pine Key, and this is the north end, and people coming from over here by the Bahia Honda bridge up in this direction, and they want to go up to the north end towards Contents on the north end of the key, and they have no idea how to do this. And this is a very challenging run, but if you've done it, before, it's pretty simple, but you have to do it this way. You come in, and then they go by these stakes, and you have to do it like this. You have to do it. And you have to be on this side of the stakes where it shows you. If you don't do it that way, and there's no margin for error. You can see the margin, you can see the stakes, you can see the problems here in the picture, all these scars, where people did not understand how to do this properly, or they couldn't see what they were doing, and they ran aground. Here too, has to be like this. The stakes are there for a reason. The lines are drawn here exactly correct all around. There's tons of stakes up in here. On the other side, which is really well traveled, there's 3 stakes in a row here, and you have to be on the south side of the stakes. If you were not on the south side of the stakes, you see people ran aground here and they ran aground here. This shows you exactly. There's no question with this product what you're supposed to do, what side you're supposed to be on. Let's see if this is on their chart, because this is really heavily traveled by all the locals. Everyone knows it. But if you didn't know that and you were using this other chart, would you know what side of the stake to be on or not? Oh, look at that. They actually do have 2 stakes on there instead of 3, but it's very fuzzy. You see how, because to my eye, that's very, very fuzzy. I'm not sure if it looks like that on the film, but it's just very blurry. But they actually have a stake here and a stake here. This is probably something that the community edit. This looks like community edits. So whoever, one of the users of the product actually added this to the map. And it looks like it's relatively accurate as well, but they're missing one. So let me see. I'm going to put the cursor exactly on where they said that stake is. So it's exactly on that one. Let's see how accurate it is, because mine is absolutely perfect. Let's see if theirs is accurate as what I've done for that northernmost stake. It's not. There's no stake there. The stake is here, here, and here, not where they had it up over here. So this is what I'm talking about. And you have to be on this side of it. You can almost see one of the stakes right there, but it's not. It's that they had tells you there's a stake there, but it doesn't tell you what side you're supposed to be on, and it doesn't look like what they said, because there's 3 of them, and these are the locations of them. And I would imagine that all of these are probably missing on theirs, and all of these as well. Let's see if they have them on theirs. All those PVC stakes. Well, they don't have any of these along this flat here. They do have some here, but I would imagine that they're not exactly correct. I'll put my cursor on that one and see if it's good. Not good. That one's gone. So those stakes changed. That stake is not there. So if you were there looking for that, you wouldn't see it, or you might mistake this one for it and get yourself in trouble. This is why I say those were done with community edits. Like Joe Blow from Michigan called them up and said there's a stake there. They'll just put whatever they say on there. They don't verify anything to make sure that it's correct. They just don't do that. And so that's why community edits fails, because there's no vetting for the information at all. You could just tell them that there's something a certain way, and it seems like they just put on whatever you tell them and hope it's right. But you don't want that. You want certainty, accuracy, 100%. Here's a local. All these are local features. All these PVC sticks are put out by the locals. They're all to the foot accurate, all of them, in terms of getting in and out of a local canal like that. Here's another one. PVC stakes. You can actually see the PVC stake in that picture. Here's 2 rocks, big rocks right there, getting into that canal. Okay, so anyway, this is the Keys, getting past, heading over towards Bahia Honda. And 7 Mile Bridge. So this is Bahia Honda Key. And you can see this is where the camping is and all of that. There's white buoys out here on the beach all along the edge. I would imagine they don't have any of that, any of these buoys here, all of these white buoys getting in and out of these channels. And then you have this big bar. Let's see what their Bahia Honda map looks like. Okay, no buoys, no tracks, no nothing. People fish here for tarpon, as most of you probably know. And this is the kind of thing I'm talking about, where the picture's not horrible, but it's just insufficiently detailed to make it 100% certain so you know what you're supposed to do, more importantly, what you're not supposed to do. So it's 20 feet here, 25 feet, very deep, out over here it's 0 feet deep. But it sort of says 0.5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but this really doesn't undersurface. This is really, really shallow, and it extends from about here up to here. And if you were over here in 20 feet fishing for tarpon and the sun goes down, and then you want to go off in this direction to get in this cut, looking at this map, you might think you could cut through here like this because it says 2. You probably can't. Get yourself in trouble real quick. Let's see what the other one looks like for right here at this bar, where they don't have any of this noted as danger or anything like that. It just says 0.5 feet, and it says it over here. It doesn't say it over here, which is where the problem is. Okay, so it's this makes it absolutely crystal clear what to avoid. It's got danger symbols all around the outside. It's got red lines all around the rock sticking up here. It gives you plenty of margin for error. So you know how to get in and out of this thing with avoiding all the problems, to take no chances when you can't see. When you're driving here, you can absolutely zoom in here and you can see exactly where the problems are. You can see it becomes very shallow right here. And then this actually comes exposed sometimes. That is insufficient detail on the other chart. These are all rocks like jetties sticking up here. Very shallow here, very shallow here. Hard rocks like concrete here. You have to be in this channel. And at night, you can't see any of it. You have to be right in that thing. Lots of obstacles out here. None of these obstacles are on that other chart, I'm sure. These are all mangrove obstacles that were blown out from hurricanes. Big bushes and stuff sticking up everywhere. Root balls, everything like that from one of the hurricanes. They're out there all over these flats, laying up on the edges of the flats, all through here. And it's hard to see them. Some of them are in pretty deep water as well. Okay, so getting over here towards Marathon and 7 Mile Bridge. There's lots of fishing that goes out here in the ocean along the 7 Mile Bridge. Not too much to worry about except around these flats over here and these flats over here. But if you want to go in and out of the bridge, this gives you all the runs in and out. And whatever you see on here is going to be out there. You'll be able to see it all with your eyes, including this PVC stick out here over here. If you want to come into Boot Key Harbor, all that, then this is the way to do it. It shows you the ingress and egress out of here. Very, very clean pictures. Nothing is fuzzy. It's all very, very clean on both sides. Grassy Key. And these are the banks that come up from that area at Channel Key all the way up towards Buchanan Bank. They extend all the way up. You can see all the banks exactly where they are. They're out here in the middle of this bay. They're very hard to see when you're in the boat, all these yellow banks. If you zoom in, you can start to see them. They all come to life in terms of where the banks are, the shallow areas, they're flats. They actually, some of them get exposed, and those little cuts through them, stuff like that. Very detailed. And all the lines are exactly correct in terms of where the shallowest areas are and what have you. And you can see how to get through there day or night. Okay, this is up near Tripod Banks, and then you have, this is where the big boats go through. It's called Yacht Channel, through these two markers. They're getting up towards Florida Bay. So I'm going to do a zoomed out view of Florida Bay. This is all of Florida Bay. And let me turn off the track so you can just see the pictures with no tracks. Since there's so many tracks going through, it could take over. I'm going to turn the line off for a minute. Okay, so this is just the pictures of the lower keys and the upper keys. And I don't have any map features. Now, these are all posts in the middle of the park. They're popping up now. They're all put out by the Park Service, and so these are all 4x4 directional posts. They're all exactly correct. There's hundreds of them out here, or more. You can see when you zoom in, they start to pop up, and they have arrows on them to tell you what side of the stake you're supposed to be on. But this is the zoomed out view on our chart of all of Florida Bay. Okay, Isla Mirada over here, Key Largo up over here. So let's see what the Navionics one is sort of zoomed out on there, and see what they've got for, see what they've got for the zoomed out view of the Everglades, Florida Bay. So at this zoom level, there's no pictures, it's just map. You have to zoom in closer, and then this is their picture for Florida Bay. Okay, so again, you have this, all these clouds and stuff in here, and you've got like some kind of picture here, and a different picture over here, a different picture over here. This looks like it's patched in for some reason, with different colors, and it looks like a mess if you ask me. The color is not right. This is not what it looks like. It doesn't look like this lime green color all over the place when you're out there, and it's just not a very natural looking picture, and there's not a lot of detail or contrast that you can see in terms of where stuff is. Well, you can sort of see something there, but you can't really see the detail that you'd want to see for fishing. You're not going to see any potholes or anything like that. If you wanted to see if there was potholes here on these flats here, you wouldn't be able to see any of that here. This is Catfish Key. It's not labeled. This chart is getting locked up, zooming around. I'm really surprised that with this high-end chart and this high-end machine, that this map is sort of laggy. Catfish Key. So here's an example of the pictures and why they don't work. So you just can't see the detail around Catfish Key that's actually at Catfish Key. If you're fishing, it just looks like that. That's all. You wouldn't know where the potholes were, exactly where the edges were, exactly where the slough was, or any of that. Let's see what the other one looks like for a place like that. Okay, so this is Catfish Key, and you can see the actual edge, and you can see where the potholes would be, where the slough is, these holes all through in here. You can see holes in here, hole here, all over this place. Holes up on the flat. These are the potholes on the flat. and it's pretty clean, so you can actually pick those out. Along here too, you have the flat on the edge, and then you have the potholes on the edge. And these are the 4x4 directional posts. So I'm going to put the lines back on because most people use it with the lines if they don't know how to get around. And I'm going to put oh, those are the areas. I'm sorry. I'm going to do the lines. Put the flats on again, and I'm going to put the jetties on again and the tracks on again. Okay, so there's the edges. You can see the holes where I've outlined the holes, and then the edges of the flats here with the tracks going through the posts. There's idle here, idle here. You got to idle past this one apparently. There's PVC stakes out over here, but you can negotiate this whole park. Okay, now when I set this chart up to beginning, I was sort of curious when I poked around over here when I was setting up the Navionics, turning on all the map layers. I did a little experiment because they have a bunch of information on their chart which didn't used to be there. I wanted to see how accurate it really was. This is Tin Can Channel at Snakebite, and you can see all of these posts through here that line this thing, and over the years they've moved around, but more recently they took them all out on one side and just left on one side. Last time I was there, they had taken out a lot of them and moved them around. But this is the run from here all the way over towards Flamingo into the marina over here. So what I did is I turned on their map and put blue X's where they said that the posts were. Put them all on for this area. So from here over to up in here, I put X's everywhere that Garmin said there was a post. And you can see how wrong it really is, because this is where the stuff actually is. So they said there was a post here, and there's not. It's more like in here. They said there's a post here, it's over here. This one's pretty close. This one's off. This one's off. That one's off. This one's missing. There's several in here that are missing. This one's missing. These are missing. These are missing out here. And down here, all these blue, all these have been removed. So all the ones that they had on this side over here are now not there. So if you're looking for stakes and you were looking at their chart thinking that the stake you're looking at with your eyes is one of these, you could get yourself in trouble because they're not there anymore, and you might assume it's this one instead. Run up on this flat because you got confused because you can't see. But you can see how many posts there actually are, and there's no X by it. That means that there's not even on the map. But this whole line of posts is here going across. These are all missing. These three are missing. These three are missing. All of these are missing. And what is on here isn't even on the map anymore. They took them all off. So their entire representation is wrong. And this is a very famous place. I mean, this is a major traveled area. Now, they didn't map any of this. I think that these are all community edits. So I'm going to go back and take a look at it just so you can see for yourself what I'm talking about. There's no posts on this side. Last time I was there, they're all on this side now. They have not updated that on there. All right, these symbols mean community edits. So this isn't even this one's missed, this one's gone, this one's gone. Most of the stuff is just, they're posts, they've got, it's correct that there's posts in this area, but they're not where they said they were. In many cases, they're just not there, or they're missing. So anyway, this is what you get with them, and this is the quality of the imagery that they provide and the accuracy of the data that they provide. So as you can see, these little red things, or these little crosses, are what they say are community edits, and that's someone else telling them that there's something there, but they're, in many cases, it just leaves too much to the imagination, and you just don't know. Now, that's a very famous run, but these posts are all over the park. They're all over the park, hundreds and hundreds of them, and you can see that there's hardly, on their map of the Everglades, for instance here at Spy Key, I don't see any posts at Spy Key. I don't see anything at Panhandle Key on these fuzzy pictures. You just can't see. So let's see what's actually there. Spy Key and Panhandle Key. Well, there's a whole bunch of posts in here with directional arrows on them to get through Spy Key. And this is how you would do it. This is exactly how you would make that run. You can see the flat where people screwed it up. Prop scars, they didn't run out between the posts like they're supposed to. You have to do it like that. That's the kind of detail that's on here. Panhandle Key, you got to do it like this, right along the mangroves like that. You would never know that from looking at the other one, but just insufficient detail to know. Okay, so again, we'll take a look at the patch reefs out over here. You can see pretty clean pictures. There's a boat on one right there, a boat on one there. Let's see, here's the lighthouse. This is Alligator. Here's the Alligator lighthouse right there. You can see it in the picture. Let's see if you can see it in their picture. It's a blurry blob. It's a blurry blob is what it is. So the cursor is exactly on the lighthouse right there, but it looks like a rock rather than a lighthouse in the picture. So there, I put the cursor right on it. Let's see if it's actually that accurate. It is. So there's the lighthouse, but you can see the picture is very clean. You can see the shadow of the lighthouse. These are all local whale harbor. All these buoys, none of these buoys are on the other chart. There's just thousands of buoys. They're all like pull and troll, stay out of this area, stay off the flat buoys, trying to get in and out of here in these little canals and creeks. It shows you how to do all of that. And then you come up to Plantation. Let's go down and look at, I skipped over the Bud and Mary's and the Bass Pro Shops and all that. Here's Long Key. Yeah, Long Key and Indian River Key. And we'll go over here. People were asking me about Robbie's Marina, so let me see what that looks like. Over here where Robbie's is, next to the Bass Pro Shops and all of that. Manicumbi. So this is Ligman Vitae, and this is Ligman Vitae Channel. So this is the entrance to it, and then you have the bridge going across there, and then you go this wheel ditch through here, and you know, people run through here. This is almost like downtown Islamorada right here. So let's take a look and see what they have for that. Last time I was there, the red and green buoys are right here, and they had moved some of the markers around, so these are the locations of the current markers, and I would venture to guess that they probably did not have that fixed. So if you can remember that, I'm going to switch over to theirs and see if they have that straightened out or not. Okay, so they don't. So the green buoy's up over here. They got it down here on the flat. This is not here. This is over here. They got green. Oh my God, what is this? Look at that. This is a cloud right at the entrance to the channel. This big, huge cloud. And the channel goes like right through here like this. But if you were looking at this map, if you're looking for this marker, that is not there. That marker is just not there. It's not like that. Yeah, see, they have a marker here and a marker here. Number 4 is over here. They got number 4 over here, but it's over here. And you can see the flat here, and you can see the entrance here, and there's stakes here. So this is the proper way to do it. Not sure what's up with that. They really missed it on that one. Let's go over here to the Bud Mary's, which is a really famous marina, Bud and Mary's. And you got this rock jetty here. So you got this rock jetty, and you got markers coming in and then green markers to get in. It's very narrow, and you got these big fishing boats that come in here. You have to do it just like this. It's not very much room for error. Last time I looked at their chart, they had the markers wrong. It was very misleading, so let's see what they have. Again, I'm going to put my cursor right between the red and green marker. Well, it's a big ass cloud there. That's no good. That's really unbelievable. Look at that. Bud Mary's Marina. Look at this. Look at all these clouds and stuff. Right at the entrance to the thing. Plus, this is the entrance to it. These are the markers, one here and one here, and they've got them over here. This is the kind of thing I'm telling you about. So if you were coming through in your 60-foot Viking, and you can't see the entrance to it because it's blocked by this cloud, and you're looking for this and it's nighttime, and you go through over here looking for them, and then you realize until it's too late they're actually over here, you get yourself all messed up, you run aground in here. It's just all kinds of problems like this. It's really unbelievable. Look at that. None of the green buoys on this side are marked. You can't tell very well that this is a big jetty. You can see the rocks there. It's really poorly done in this location. Look at that. That's the way it really looks. See those rocks? The whole thing absolutely jumps off the map at you. You can see exactly you're supposed to be on this side of the green, on this side of the red, exactly in that channel. There's no margin for error to get all the way back in there. And then they pull in here. There's some big boats in here. Really something. Okay, so this is the end of, this is where Jewfish Creek is, coming through under US 1 at the entrance to the Keys. And this is the reef out off in that area. You can see dive sites, see the patches very well, exactly where the shallow snorkeling areas are and all of that. And then we're going to work our way up into Whitewater Bay now that we've gone to the end of the Keys here. There's really no stone left unturned with this, no matter what location that you may go to in the Keys, what housing area you may go to, what street you may be on, what canal you may be on, you will be able to understand exactly what to do to get in either direction and go anywhere that you'd want to go. Here in the middle of Florida Bay, we didn't poke around too much in here, but there's lots of little cuts, and there are all these directional posts, and if you go between the posts like the line says, you're going to be able to get through. These are all navigable corridors. These posts are all put out by the Park Service with arrows on them. They're all exactly correct in the right location. And you can use this to navigate anywhere back here with ease. So when you're coming from a place like this, you go through this. If you went through that one, for instance, you zoom in, you go through it, you zoom out, you get your bearings, because you want to continue to go off in a certain direction. You'll be able to see exactly how to keep going. So you'll know that there's no way to get through over here. It's just a bank. But you can see the posts up here, and you'll know that you need to go from here, you need to go all the way across, following one of the lines up into one of these posts here to get through up on the top over here. And then you could get into crocodile dragover, for instance. It's a very interesting run. You can see how to get through, shows you exactly how to go through. It's a very interesting run at low tide. All these banks come out of the water, and it looks like you're on a moon or something when you're out there on the low tide. So the way you use this, zooming in and zooming out, you can quickly get your bearings onto where you're going to be heading after you go through one set of stakes. Depending on what direction you want to go, you'll be able to pick a line to get to the next set of stakes. If you were coming through here and you saw a boat was over here on these, you could avoid that and go down further to the south and go through over here. Or you could go straight south and go through over here. And it's like that in all the basins. It clearly shows you exactly how to avoid other people and how to avoid the shallow areas. This is Flamingo Marina, and this is a dam, so you can't get through there. You launch and you go on this side, or you launch and you go on this side. You can't run your boat through there. This is the beginning of the Wilderness Waterway up into Whitewater Bay, and this goes on the outside. You go up around this side on the south end of the state into Lake Ingraham and all of that. So it's really remote area getting in and out of here. You can see the bars coming out off the southern end of the state, where the edges are, where you shouldn't cross, how to get in and out of these things properly. There's caution on this one because it can get real shallow in here at low tide. There's a bar sticking out here, there's an obstacle there. The creeks all going up in here, and how to do this canal and get into Lake Ingraham. So Lake Ingraham is where all the crocodiles are, hanging up on these little runouts and everything. And you can see there's posts, these big huge telephone poles out here, line the whole edge of it. You can see very clearly the edges of where all these things are. But most of the time the water is very, very dirty and you can't see it. It's not so obvious, particularly at high tide. But with this, you can see it all. I'm going to come up in here. There's a little creek through here, across this flat to get up into this dam here, and then you could do pole and troll zone back up in here with paddle boards and stuff. There's another place that you could do that over here. You could do paddle boards in here and stop your boat here and come up into here and fish all up in here with paddle boards, kayaks. Let's see what they got for a place like Lake Ingraham. See if you can understand it. Well, they got indication that there's posts there, but oh my God, look at that. Look at that. Another cloud all through this really critical area coming through this channel. You can't see, you would not be able to know unless you were looking at the posts, which they don't have all the posts. They only got this one, but they go all the way up in here. If you were looking at the post, you wouldn't know if you're supposed to be on this side or this side because you can't see anything except a white cloud. Really, that is really unbelievable. Look at that. Holy man, it's unbelievable. And down here too, this is all useless. All fishing in here would be useless. You can't see anything. Can't see anything here. Look at that. Look at that horrible picture. You know, it's really just so disappointing to see this as corporate America at work, where you have someone at Garmin Cartography did this. They looked at this and they said, you know what? That's okay. We're letting that pass. That passes muster with us. That's sufficient quality for us to do in a critical environmental area like this. It's impossible to use this to negotiate that with any kind of accuracy. You just can't do it. That is really disappointing to see. Really unbelievable. Up on the north end, this is what they've got. You can't see the bar. There's a big bar that sticks out here. You can't understand that. If you didn't see it and you were using this chart, you could come right across this bar and ground yourself right there. It's really, really unbelievable. Look at that. Wow. Okay. This is what it really looks like. All the runouts are highlighted. All the posts are right. You're supposed to be on the left side of the posts all the way down, just like that. Or otherwise, you're going to run into this bar over here. You got this bar here, and then you got the posts on the right. Some of them are big telephone poles. Some of them are 4x4 posts. So this is the telephone poles out here with the orange. These are the 4x4 posts. They line the whole thing all the way to the end. And then you see that? There's that bar. It goes all the way, it sticks way, way out. It's always moving around, but it always basically this shape. You can't run across that at low tide. It just comes completely out of the water. And here's a little ditch. It's a wheel ditch right there. And you run it almost on the beach. But it's at low tide, you can barely make it through. You wouldn't know any of that from looking at the other guys' charts. You just would not know any of that. As you go up the coast, the ingress and egress to these creeks is very intense as well, getting in and out of here, because there's lots of bars and little obstacles and trees and stuff sticking up. They're all marked on here, and you can see how tight this is. Coming into this one, for instance, at low tide, you have to be on this side of the yellow and on those side of the trees. Those are big tree trunks sticking up there. Bar sticking out there. You can't see it in the picture because this one is a high tide picture, but there is a bar here and there's an obstacle there. Just because you can't see it in the picture doesn't mean that you shouldn't be cautious of the yellow lines, because they're there for a reason. These are all obstacles up in here, blown down trees and stuff like that. Touch screen is going wacky on me. Not sure why that's happening. There we go. Lots of detail. All the bars are shown. Black tracks and red tracks, very shallow. It says trim way up, like coming through here. If you're up on speed, very careful in here. You can do it, but you got to be really know what you're doing and be very careful. This is coming into Broad River, and you have to go around this big bank, and this is exactly the way it's done. And this really hasn't moved in many, many years. So it's been like this. At low tide, you have to do it exactly like these lines show on these side of the stakes. This is exactly where all the stuff is, and this is exactly the best way to negotiate it to avoid a problem. If you deviate from this very much, you're going to run aground. Absolutely no question. And the waters can be very dirty here and hard to negotiate that. Let's see what their stuff looks like for that river. You can't see any of the detail in the water. You can barely see the channel. You wouldn't know it. If you'd never been to this place before, this would be pretty much a complete mystery on how to get in and out of here without running aground. You can't see any of the obstacles. None of the obstacles are noted on here. The depths indications that they've got here are pretty much useless in terms of you being able to look at them and understand exactly where to go and where not to go. You'd just be taking your life in your hands and just poking around, idling around, hoping for the best with this. That is no good for the Everglades. It's useless for navigating with any kind of certainty. You just can't do it. Not there at the entrance, you can't. It's really something. That's as good as it gets. It goes fuzzy like that. It's really no good. Let's see. Look at that. What a difference. You can actually see where the stuff is, where the obstacles are, and exactly where you would want to go to get in and out. Night and day difference in terms of detail and quality. Here's Lostman's. This is real crazy. You come in and out of here too. The next big one up. You can run this side at high tide, but only at high tide. You can't do it at low tide. There's all kinds of rocks and bushes and branches and stuff out here. That's where all those are. You got to go through these stakes just like this. There's a stop sign here because you don't want to do this unless it's high tide. Ask me how I know. Right in there. Crazy. Let's see what they got for Lostman's. Again, same thing, just green water, no idea how to ingress and egress there. Absolutely no idea at all. Just, it all looks the same. All of it. Look at that. You have this quilt of pictures. Really something. General reference only. Okay, so if you come in here in any one of these two, you can work your way back to the Wilderness Waterway, and I'll show you that feature because I actually have a layer for that. You can get back in here, wind around in this place called the Wilderness Waterway, and it's marked by these posts all along the way. I'm going to turn that layer on because some people use this layer, and it's called the Wilderness Waterway. So it's an area, and it's called the Wilderness Waterway down here. If I highlight that one, you can see that it shows you on the map where the Wilderness Waterway is from all the way along, and that way you wouldn't have to think too much about it. If you just wanted to do the Wilderness Waterway, you could look for that light shaded area and just stay on it. It's going to basically follow all of these posts. They're all numbered posts, 81, so you could make sure you're at the right place, 83, 79. This one is the next one down. There's a post that says idle speed on it right there, but it shows you how to do the Wilderness Waterway from beginning to end if you put that layer on. And some people do make that run regularly, and they don't want to have to focus too much on what line to be on, because there's lines that branch off here and there to get back into for fishing. They just want to stay on the shaded area, and this is all the shaded area, so they don't have to think too much about it. So that's why that layer was put on there. It runs all the way up in here. So there's Pavilion Key, and I had to negotiate this. Again, you can't really, at high tide it looks like you could run this every day of the year. At low tide you can't get through here. It's just too shallow on many of the tides to do any of that. We're getting up in here into the 10,000 islands now, and this is Chocolosky, and you can see what our stuff looks like for Choco. There's the island. You have all these PVC stakes out here. I don't know what they're out there for, but I think they're out there to help people understand how to, not really sure exactly what they are, but they are out there. Not sure if they use them for navigation, but if there's stakes sticking up, I put them on the map. There's 4x4 posts. There's a sign there. This is how you get into the Turner River back behind there. It shows you where all the bars are to avoid. Some of them you can see them in the pictures. Some of them you can't. It goes all the way back pretty far. Even on the inside, this black track, all the locals would use this black track along the mangroves in this ditch. You can only do it at high tide, but the people who live back over here use that to avoid many, many miles of traveling out of their way to go to get back home. So if the water's up, they can do that. They don't have to go in the other direction all the way around. But this is a very crazy place to negotiate. There's bars and oysters everywhere, and you can see all the bars are highlighted in yellow, all the dangerous areas to avoid it. They pop off the map, so when you're running, it's very easy to see where stuff is and where to avoid things and how to get through in the best way. Pretty wired back here. I mean, we have all the runs. Lane Cove, for instance, this is again a local thing. If you were over this direction and you wanted to get back in here towards all these hotels and so forth next to the airstrip, you could run through Lane Bay, but I only recommend it when the water's up. If the water's up, you can run right across there, no problem, get home. If the water's really low, depending on your boat, you may need to come all the way out, out here and all the way around to get through one of these main channels to get in. Go all the way out of your way to do that. It's a shortcut. This one says not passable on a negative wind or low, all those black ones. These are the main runs with the big markers coming through the main channel. You can see all of that, how you would do that. All the edges and the proper way to go through. And we're getting up closer towards Naples and then Cape Romano and all of that, all those bars that are out off Cape Romano. They're highlighted on top of here, but these are all sandbars out here in the middle of nowhere. See, it says 1 foot there. All these yellow lines are bars. Didn't have good pictures out there, so I just put the map. The bars are drawn where they actually are, and it says caution shifting bars because they're constantly moving. But this is the way to get in and out of there. A lot of people have questions about this area and what it looks like around this Goodland, Naples area. It's very, very detailed. Pictures are very clean and doesn't leave a lot of room for uncertainty in a place like this. Let's see what they have for on this Garmin thing. Okay, so this is their zoomed out picture for the area. Again, you got this sort of dark green pictures. Let's get over here to the Chokoloski, where we were before. And that's their picture for Choco. No stakes. You can't really see the... you can see some of them out here. I don't know if these are right or not. I wouldn't want to rely on them. You just don't know. You just don't know what you're getting. So all the stuff in here is missing, the signs and the posts in here. There's lots of posts out here. All along here, there's tons of posts. But it's hard to make out the bars and the creeks in here on this picture. Over here, navigating this, you would never know how to get using this from the island over here the proper way. You wouldn't be able to see that on here. There's just not sufficient information here to have that. There's a certain way you need to do that, and you can't see it on this one. So the pictures are not good enough to see that. So you come across like this, you have to go like that on the outside between those two yellow lines. You have to go right along the shoreline around these posts to get into the wilderness waterway right there. You have to do it just like that, around that curve and around this bar. And you cannot see that on their chart. It's really hard to see that. You can barely make it out. This provides a great deal of uncertainty. You wouldn't know if you're supposed to do that or not. None of the posts are on there. You can't really see that cut very well. Can't really see if you're supposed to be over here maybe. Instead, it's not the way to do it. This is their pictures of the 10,000 and islands and all of that. Really, really amateur. This is amateur hour if you ask me, to put something together like this. A multinational company with 17,000 employees puts out this. Look at that. I'm sorry, that just doesn't cut it with me. That's just not cutting it. Okay, so let's go back to this one. And you can really see what's happening here with this one. So this is the Naples area heading up towards Sarasota. Okay, so this is the Goodland area behind Naples. And then we'll start working our way up towards the coast, towards Sarasota. Behind Naples you have these banks and there's some stakes, and here there's a bunch of sunken posts from an old, not sure what it is, some kind of bridge or maybe a railroad or something going through there from years ago. You can see all these obstacles in here all along there. You would probably want to avoid going through there and just go through the bridge here to get back into the creeks and on the backside of Naples. But all of those runs are on here. This is Naples proper, and the main entrance coming in. You have all these bars constantly shifting sand in and out of this inlet. So you have to be careful, but pretty much they stay in this general area, but once in a while the bars will shift a little bit and you have to be careful. There's been a big storm or something that one of the bars didn't shift out. No matter where you live in here, there's going to be a track to get in and out. It even shows you how to get back behind this bar in here, which can be tight, but usually you can get through here. And there's rock jetties all along this beach. You can see them on the chart there highlighted. Those are that's the jetty layer. You can see the jetties are all highlighted. Those are all rocks. Getting in here, a lot of people hang out over here on the weekends and so forth. Shows you the ingress and egress there. You got to be sort of careful. There's caution symbols on the track because the sandbars out here shifting all the time, and you have to make sure you're going to be good to get back up in this area here on the way in and out. On the inside, all of the markers are posted, and signs and everything are easy to see, and it'll all make sense to you when you're out there. What you see with your eyes is going to be on this chart, including the signs. These are signs, big dual post signs of some type, and then you have single post sign here, and the markers are here, and if you click on it, it shows you what the numbers of the markers are. You zoom in, and eventually the numbers will pop up. It'll tell you, here's a 2-post sign. Let's see if this one has anything. That's just a single post sign there. You can even get into a place like this. You have to be very careful though, because you've got the high caution symbols there. It's going to get a little tight coming into a place from here. And then once you get to this point, it's actually going to be too shallow for most of the boats at low tide to get past here. You have to then, you can come this way to get through further. If you had high water, you could do that. In most boats, you'd want to stop there because it gets too shallow here at low tide. That's why it's black. But we've even highlighted the bars even up here where we don't have any tracks for people in kayaks and what have you to know where these things are. We have people running all kinds of boats, from big boats to little tiny boats. Ingress and egress up at the next inlet, jetty coming off. Jetty's out here to protect the beach, and the jetty comes out here, and you've got, you know, some big obstacles out here at that shows you where the end is, so you don't, there's no question to avoid that. Next inlet up. Ingress and egress there. Here's another inlet at Wiggins Pass. Again, constantly shifting sand out here at these big passes. More of them up here. You can see the run on the outside and the inside. So this is getting closer to Estero Bay, southern Estero Bay. And this got hit really bad with the last big hurricane that came through. We ran through here. So surprisingly, there really wasn't too much of a change to these bars after the hurricane, but there was a change here with these bars here, and we adjusted the track for that. Now you'll notice here, starting at Estero Bay, lots of skull and crossbones all over the place. These black symbols, these are all from the hurricane, all up in here. See all these skull and crossbones everywhere, all up in here too, and they go all the way up into Charlotte Harbor. Out over here, this is all stuff from the hurricane that sunk. Now this stuff out here is in deep water, but there are obstacles out here that are sunk. Cars, golf carts, stuff out here. It's not clear when this was created because you can't see it. It's sunk on the bottom. It wasn't clear if this stuff is going to remain out here or was going to be removed eventually by the government entities. But we left it out here because after the storm it was here, and it could be fishing structure in the future if they don't take it out. We won't know until we go back if some of the stuff was here. Now we found a lot of this was found with side scanning sonar, and you could actually see what it was down there, and it's just not clear if any of that's going to stay or go. But there's a bunch of stuff out here. Now the tracks go over it because it's not an obstacle to navigation, but it is Ian debris, and if you click on it, it'll say it's Ian debris. It could be anything, just a piece of metal or anything like that, but it's so deep, it's okay. We left it on there because there's stuff in there. Now these up here, in shallow water, they could be anything, and some of the stuff we've actually named what it is, but it could be any kind of debris, a bicycle, a car. The stuff was all over the place in here. Lots of things that you could run into, and most of the stuff in the shallow area is an obstacle that you could run aground on or hit. And so when you get them close to the tracks, there is stuff out here next to these tracks, and it just is what it is. And that's why we marked all that. There's, I don't know, over 2,000 of those things were put on after the hurricane, after Ian came through. Up here too, all along the edges of these tracks, these little ditches and stuff like that, you can see where we marked all of these things. They cover everything, including along the main drag here. So I don't know how much through this main passage of these are actually eventually going to get removed. There's just no, we won't know until we actually go back and look at it. But at the time, about 3 or 4 months after the hurricane, the survey was taken, and all these things, there was stuff out there. Could be a big tree, could be anything. So I'd rather have it on there and have someone avoid that spot rather than not have it on there and someone not know and then run across there. Like right here, it's very close to a track. Some of these things are very close to a track. It's not on the track, but I wouldn't go over that. That could be sticking up high enough where you'd actually hit it. But these are the ingress and egress to get back in these neighborhoods, and so they have one track that goes back between these bars, and they're all marked with these posts and the red and green markers, and most people understand how to follow that, but a lot of the obstacles found their way very close proximity to the actual navigable corridor to get back into the neighborhoods. I would imagine that since that was done, that many of these things have been now removed. There was a plan to do that, but I'm sure that quite a few of them have not been removed as well. There's just so many of them. All right, as we get up into the Sanibel area, it's just full of the detail to understand this. You can see there's lots of bars through here. There's black tracks going over the bar here and here. You could definitely do it most of the time. You can tell it's like 5 feet deep, 4 feet deep, but on low tide, there might be a trouble for some boats here, and that's why those black tracks are there. You can see all the signs that you see out there, all the dual post signs are on the map. So what you see is what you get. It'll all make sense to you when you run out there. There's tons of signs everywhere, tons of buoys everywhere, tons of markers everywhere, and you probably won't see half as many on the other chart. Let's see what they got with Plan B for this entrance on the southern end of Sanibel. See if they have any of that detail on the signs and everything. Let me get back to where I can change to the Navionics. Okay, so this is their picture, and you can see at a pretty high zoom level, it goes all fuzzy on you. It's hard to see that, and you've got this kind of thing. Picture A, picture B. This is useless. This is actually, there it cleaned up a little bit. It's actually useless in here. You can't tell anything about what's going on in the water in a place like that. Where you have all the sun glare off the water, they never fixed any of that. Let's see what zoomed out. So it's the same thing over here. These are where all those obstacles were. You'll see none of them are on their chart. Looks like they've got most of the markers here, but all the obstacles from Ian are missing. And down in here, where all the skull and crossbones were, I don't see anything for obstacles in here for the storm, nothing. There's a few things here. Let's see what they are. Not sure what that means. Nice area. So I don't know what that means. Again, this is just the general public putting the stuff on, but there was hundreds of skull and crossbones in here on our chart for obstacles after the storm. Not a single one of them is on here. Again, trying to understand how to get around an Estero Bay with a chart like this, with a picture like that, absolutely useless. You can't see anything. You're just hoping for the best, and if you don't know what you're doing, you're probably just staying close to the markers to make sure you're okay. But trying to explore with this, no way. Look at the difference. Really see a big difference in terms of the clarity of the pictures and where to go and where not to go. You can see that there's a little ditch here. It's actually there. I didn't put a track through there because most boats probably wouldn't want to do that. Here are the, this is the ingress and egress here, and you can see all the obstacles. So the water is relatively dirty in an area like this, so there's not, this doesn't look like the Caribbean and the Keys or anything like that, but in terms of understanding what you should be doing, or probably not doing, this is far more helpful to have clarity like this versus this other chart. It's slow to load for some reason. I'm not really sure why that's the case. This is a very fast GPS. This is it's quite fast. So it's somehow this chip is bogging it down for some reason. But anyway, that's what they've got for this Estero Bay area. And then if you zoom out to get a better read on what they've done, this is the Navionics again. Picture A versus picture B. They've got stuff like this going on where they didn't fix these pictures or find different pictures, and it's all washed out looking, versus something that's a little bit more useful over here where you have better contrast. You won't find that on ours. We fixed all of those problems. You can see that here, this picture in here is totally different from this picture up here, and the water actually is, you know, dark like that. It doesn't look like this, so you can't really see any of the features in the water or any of the bars really when you have a picture like that. You just can't see it. It's darker water, and look up here in the river system. Look at all the obstacles here. Some of them in the deep water, some of them are in shallow. This is all from Ian. Every one of these is from the hurricane, and they're all exactly at those coordinates. Literally, more than 2,000 of them were marked. You can really zoom in on this stuff in this area. The pictures here are extremely high quality in terms of seeing things and seeing where obstacles and higher bars are. These are all PVC stakes on the flat. This is an example of marker, marker, two post sign, marker, marker, single post sign. Let's see if they've got even the signs on there, this version of their chart. Doesn't look like they do. Can't hardly see the channel. this looks like they have that one, but they're missing the stuff here. So they've got, they don't look like they're in the right position either. All right, I'm gonna put a waypoint on that, just so we can see how accurate it really is, just for a test. So I put a marker on that. I'm gonna put a marker on that, a waypoint on this, and then they've got a marker there, a marker there, and then they've got these two here. I'll put a marker on each of these, and then we're going to switch the chart, because I know mine is exactly correct. So this is what they have for this particular little run in terms of where the markers are. You're supposed to go like this, according to them, like this direction through these two markers, and then down here, I guess past this one on this side, and then through their two markers. Let's see if it's right. Okay, so here's where they were. You can see how far off they are. So not only that, they missed these two. This is 11 and 12. Okay, and then they have something here and something here. But what's really there is you have 11 and 12, and then you have the sign right next to it. They've got it way over here. And this something up here, that's all wrong. They don't have these. You can actually see them in the picture. See the shadow there, the shadow there, and the shadow there? They're exactly correct. Here they've missed these two, and they've missed these two and these two, and then they say that there's something here and here, nothing there. There's nothing there. And then they've got this one over here, and they're missing, and they've got this one over here, way off. So this is the kind of detail, this is the kind of thing this is all over the place. This kind of thing, this is just one example of why this other product is castigated at the level that it is in the marketplace, and why we convert so many people. Because this kind of stuff, although it seems like it wouldn't be a big deal, when you're out there and you're trying to figure it out and you see things in the wrong place and you can't see the bar with your eyes, and you're relying on the map and you're relying on these symbols, you could really get yourself in trouble if you came across this bar. And none of the stuff would make sense, because the stuff that you're seeing with your eyes are not on the chart. These aren't on there, these aren't on there, these aren't on there, and you'd be confused on, like, well, maybe what's on the chart is up here. You wouldn't really know. It wouldn't make any sense to yourself. And so your situational awareness is seriously detracted when you have navigable markers in the wrong spot and missing on the chart all over the place. And this is just one example, random example that I picked just to check. Same thing in the Everglades, same thing everywhere around the state. We've checked all these things. They're all wrong. You can see the detail here. All this stuff was actually surveyed. All these tracks were run. They're all drawn by hand. So they're exactly correct. There's no messing around. You can see very clearly what you're supposed to do if you wanted to mosey on through here and you couldn't see that bar, you'd know that there was one there. Now these, I understand, have now since been replaced. So you'll see on the chart, if it says missing, that's because you can see there's a marker here and a marker here. You can see the shadows of them. This one says missing because after the hurricane, it was gone. Here's the other one. If we found a marker missing, we marked it as missing, just like this, because you knew there was supposed to be one there. Now, I haven't been back yet. We're going to go back soon to see, but hopefully they replaced all the missing ones in the same place that they were We didn't take them off the map if they were missing because we anticipated that almost all of them would be replaced, and I heard that they were. I just don't know if they replaced them exactly at this spot or not. But for navigating, we left them on so that you could see that there was a marker there, so that you would know what side to stay on. But we marked it missing if it wasn't there, actually there when we went there. And there was a lot of them here. So again, here's another one missing. There's a post missing. There was a sign on that one that said missing, all over the place. There was tons and tons of signs and posts and markers that were missing here in the Sanibel area. This is the run on the inside, going up towards Matlasha through the power lines, going up towards the bridge. And over here is tons of oyster beds sticking up everywhere, and you can see we've marked all the dangerous areas. We've got a couple black tracks in here you could run on when the water's high, coming up towards the Matlasha bridge. And we're getting close to Charlotte Harbor and going up towards Sarasota. Here's a big bar on the north side of the Matlasha Bridge. All the locals know what that is. There's a marker on it, but this is all like rocks and all kinds of stuff in here. You can clearly see where that stuff is. Let's see what that looks like on theirs. That's a big major obstacle. Let's see if they've got that marked well. I think I need to reload this this map because it's just bogging down. I'm not really sure why it's taking so long. Well, I'm zoomed in and you can barely make it out. And they've got the green marker over here where the pen is. That's where they've got the green marker right here. I'm going to put a icon on it. And they've got a red marker over here. Let's see if that's right. This is a pretty critical ingress and egress coming towards the bridge. Let's see if those two things are right. You can barely see it, but they don't have any, note or danger or anything like that. This really comes out of the water completely at low tide, and if you don't go around that, it's going to be a problem. So let's see how they did with that one. Well, here you go. They got the green marker over here, which I don't get that. They've got, I don't know, that'd be really confusing if the green marker's over here. So I think when I was there after the hurricane, it was here. So I can't imagine that it'd be over here now. They've got the red marker, which was there after the hurricane, here on the track, and it's actually over here. It's just not accurate. In any case, getting around here, can be trouble, but there's lots of caution symbols on these tracks because of the shallow waters. All the places where you'd want to be careful, where the oyster bars are, if you were navigating around through these area, are all marked, no problem. You can run all back in here at high tide. These are signs for the area, but you can run it. I've got it black because you can do it when the water's up. And then it dumps you off onto the southern end of Charlotte Harbor up here. And Charlotte Harbor, from the zoomed out view, looks like that. You can see that this is all open water. There's tracks going all over the place. There's even some artificial reefs in here. So you can click on the stuff. You can see where the artificial reefs are. It tells you what the stuff is down there. If you want to click on it, it tells you exactly what they are. And there's quite a few of them right next to each other where they dump this stuff. And that's what these signs are probably showing, artificial reef here. You can see there's actually a boat there on that one. There's a post, and then the artificial reef is right there 1,100 tons of rubble there sunk. Now in Charlotte Harbor, you can go out here in this deep water, but a lot of the people know when the water's rough, you could actually run inside here, inside this rim, all up and down the edge. You can actually do it. It's got caution symbols and black tracks because it's really for shallow boats, and you'd want to do it mostly on the upper half of the tide rather than the lowest tide, but you can still do it when the water's down if you have the right kind of boat. But I have it black just to be extra cautious. But I've made this one's black because this one's a little shallower than this one, which is red. But they all got caution symbols on them because it's pretty skinny through there. But people make these runs all around and they fish behind these mangroves and so forth. Here's an area where we have something they're trying to protect some grass or something in here. All those posts and signs and buoys and stuff like that. These are all local features. You probably wouldn't see any of these on the other chart. All these buoys and markers through here. I would imagine that all those buoys are probably missing. It's not something that they would put on their map, I wouldn't think. Let's see what they have for that. I don't see any buoys at all. I'm gonna have to maybe reboot my GPS because I don't think this is performing like it's supposed to. I'm not sure why. But this is the what they've done with the pictures here. So there's a few markers they've got noted in here, but I wouldn't think that they'd be right. So if you can see that this is the channel here, and they've got let's check that out. Look at that. They got a green there, and a red here, and a red here, and that's it for the entrance coming in. Oh, they have one out here too, a red one here. Let's put the red there, and let's look starting at this red one and see the track is down here. It goes like into there. You can actually see pretty well in this picture where the track would be. It wouldn't be up here. There's a bar there. Let's see what they've done with something like that. Well, look at that. Look at that. This is actually where they have the markers. They have a marker here, a marker here, and a marker here on their chart. If you were trying to get in here at night, looking at their chart, looking at where the position of those two markers are, you would be a couple hundred feet, maybe, off. They would want you to go through here, right across that bar, following this one here, and then you'd come in across this bar and ground your boat right there. Look at that. That's unbelievable. It's just insane. This is all over the state, and they call themselves Navionics. It's just so disappointing to see the inaccuracies all over the place, and the level of attention to detail that they put into the product, which is just so lacking. And you would think with all of the resources and everything that are available that they would be able to do a far better job than this. You know, if a tiny group like my group can do this all over the state, I don't know why they couldn't do a better job, but that is really a remarkable difference. Just in a one little cut off Charlotte Harbor, getting in and out of a neighborhood, that is the difference between ruining someone's boat and not. And that's what you get with a general reference type of chart like that. That's just really disappointing to see. But this rim goes all the way back up in here, and we've got tracks running all the way up into here, into this river system. You can see very clearly a lot of detail with bars sticking out here where you should stop. The track goes out a little bit further this way because there's some bars in here. We actually should draw yellow over here. I didn't put that yet. There probably should be some yellow line here too. I didn't draw on there yet, but the track is correct. Here's one where it was drawn in correctly. The reason that the track goes all the way over here because this bar sticks way out like that, and that's very common through this entire river system, where you have these bars like this, where you have to do it just right to get through, otherwise it's trouble. So this one needs to be this line. This is a situation where the bar's actually grown. The last time we looked at it, the bar was smaller. Now it's actually grown into this, and this might even be trouble here. I'm going to have to look at that closely. It's right on the edge of that bar, and that probably needs to move over about 10 or 15 feet from here over here to get through there. But the picture's so good you can actually see it for yourself without even having to have a yellow line. Okay, so it comes off that way. It actually comes off this way too. You can see all of the ingress and egress back here in these creek systems until you get to there, and then you can't go past that line. There's concrete there. You can't go through there. That's the north end of Charlotte. All the stakes and posts and signs that are out there are noted on the chart, all of them. There's lots of big signs out here, lots of big signs, all of them, and power lines coming across, and concrete abutments out here around the towers. It's Myakka River. This was a major project for us, updating all of this, because they put in all these markers and we didn't know what the numbers of them were. I think they're more local than anything, but these are the actual names of the markers that they have there at the Myakka River for the entrances to all of the different streets. And there's just tons and tons of markers in here getting into these neighborhoods. There's tons and tons of them, plus a lot of signs. The only way to do that is to run your boat and to do a survey to make sure that they're exactly where they say they are and that the numbers are correct. And that's exactly what we did for all of this. There's no shortcut to that. I wonder what their stuff would look like for that, if they have those on there or they don't have those on there. Looks like they've got some markers there. I can barely read them. It says 17R and 19P. Let's see if that's correct. And 21C over here. 17, 19, and 21. But you can barely read it because they have black letters on black water. And it's all fuzzy. Let's see. 17, 19, 21. They had it right on that one. They had it right. Just hard to see it. So that's the Myakka, and it goes way up, even all the way up to the highway. We ran it. If people wanted to run all the way up in here, you can actually go all the way to, we took it all the way to the highway up the Myakka. All right, getting back down into the Charlotte Harbor area and Turtle Bay. This is a very popular area, and Boca Grande, that kind of thing. So around Sanibel Island, there's a lot of boating activity comes around in this area. and there's a lot of sandbars and a lot of oyster bars, particularly at the major passes like this. And when you come through here from the ocean, that you're going to be staring at this thing and this thing, which are these big huge bars that stick out that pretty much expose themselves at low tide. And they have all of these big huge, like 15-foot tall posts that they put out around the entire edge, marking the edge of the bar. It's basically danger signs. And because people who don't know, they come through the entrance and they continue to go off in this direction, and if you can't see the bar, which is often the case, you just run right into it. And a lot of people crash their boats in here, and that's why they put all that stuff around it. I don't know if Navionics would put that kind of detail on there or not. Let's see if they've got the posts. There's a whole bunch of them. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 just in this view. Let's see if they have something like that on there in terms of where the posts are, and if you could see it on there or not. So there's the bar. In this picture you can see, yeah, you can see the bar pretty well in the picture actually, but none of the detail for the posts or anything is on there. So, you know, if you were there and you saw like there's 14 posts just from here down to about in here, let alone all the ones around here and all the ones over there, you would see all these posts sticking up and you'd be looking out, you wouldn't see them on the map. But at least in this particular version, you could see the bar. Last time I looked at one of their charts, you really couldn't see the bar very well. It was uncertain if there was even a bar there. So that is an improvement from the last time. Here at Boca Grande, this is Captiva Pass. And they've got this picture A versus picture B versus picture C going on again. And then you have Boca Grande up in here. And they have, it's not a horrible picture for that. You can see the bar off the end. And then you come up in here to Turtle Bay. This is again Navionics map, and this is a very popular area for a lot of people that come up into Turtle Bay, and you can see that this is their picture for it, and it's not very good. It seems to be a low resolution image. You can see some things in here, but if you were trying to use this to navigate up in here, which a lot of people come all the way back up into this area here, even from way down below, there'd be some uncertainty here. You can sort of see the bar edge here, a bar edge there, and you can see a bar here. It's I'd say it's getting in and out across these bars. You wouldn't know if you could do that. You probably have to do it this way. There's some uncertainty associated with this particular picture in terms of how to run through here and where you could run and where you can't run. You see there's 3 boats out here. There's no boat here. But you actually could run through here most of the time. This is their Turtle Bay picture, and their Boca Grande picture for Navionics. Let's see what the other one is for this. Okay, so this is the same spot. It's a little bit different picture. It's much higher res. You can actually zoom in very, very far. That's 100 feet. That's 100 feet of zoom, 50 feet of zoom. You can see the bar very cleanly. If you zoomed in like that on the other one, it would just turn into a blurry blob of a mess. You can see all these obstacles out here off the point, Boca Grande. These are all big things, big concrete things out here. They're all marked exactly correct. And you would run through there, and you could run up towards Turtle Bay. And this is how I put Turtle Bay together. You can see that the details here are far greater in terms of the ingress and egress and exactly how to do it. So this has got caution here. This is high caution here. It's actually easier to come through right here than it is here or here because of this bar. You could do it, but it's saying be cautious, be extra cautious. Maybe try this one instead. This would probably be a little easier if the water was low. Up over here, you go past the signs, you can get in there. There's signs and posts in here. There's a lot of buoys in here. None of the buoys were on here. These signs and stuff were not on the other map. And it shows you the run in and what's possible in terms of navigating in here all the way to the very back. You can hear on the inside of the bar, you can run it when the water's up, just like on the other side. You could run the inside here across this at high tide. It's why it's black. A lot of people do that to get out of the waves out here in the deeper water. Across this whole bar, headed up towards the Mayaca River, even back in here into these creeks. The ingress and egress is shown the best way to do it. So if you wanted to get back into this deep creek, this is the way to do it with the caution symbols. Not this way, you have to do it that way. The PVC stake there. All the features that are out there are, nothing is missing here. It's all on here. All the signs, every stake, every post is on here. Another area where you have lots of shifting sand depending on the weather, but most of the time the track stays like this. You can get in across this bar most of the time. Out here in the ocean, you know, the map starts a little closer to shore, but you can see that there's some artificial reefs out here as well. You can see there's some here, and you can see on the map behind it, they've got it actually marked there as well, but the actual reef is here. So that's a higher resolution map. Okay, there's I guess a barge there, and that's actually, yeah, a bridge rubble and a barge on the map. And then you zoom out, and then the map is a little bit lower resolution map, and you can see it's not quite as accurate or detailed as when you zoom in more, and you can see where the map is and where the stuff is. Same for over here, we have all of this stuff. So it shows you exactly where these man-made fishing structures are, with a great deal of accuracy and exactly what it is, so there's no mystery about what you're fishing. Some kind of limestone boulders there. I don't know, 15,000 pieces of something there. And they're all out here. And they show up on the map zoomed out pretty far, so that when you're coming out of the major passes heading in this direction, you can line up to get to one of the ones that you might want. They're purposely made them so that they appear at a relatively zoomed out level, so you can line up to go to these places and see, you know, without having to zoom in and out all the time, so you can get going in an efficient way. So there's tons of markers and navigation obstacles going down the side of the coast when you go through some of these passes and so forth. And but no matter where you are, it shows you the best way to do it and how the locals will actually do it. So we're getting up closer towards Sarasota, where the end of the East Coast, South Florida Good Pictures would stop. And in these areas, you can really see the runs through the markers and getting into all the neighborhoods. It's very bright, and it's very representative of what's there. It actually looks exactly like this if you were in a plane. This is exactly what you would see. Okay. Quite detailed. This creek has a bunch of PVC stakes in here to help people understand how to navigate back in here. Like, you got to go through that little cut. You can't hardly see it in the picture, but there's a little deeper there. That's why those lines are in there. All right, in the Venice area, you can make this run through this long canal. Shows you where the no speed brakes are. I don't have that layer on, but there's a layer that you can turn on that'll highlight the idle no speed zones. This one is just a sign that says idle speed, no wake through there. And this is like southern Sarasota area. There's just so many boats and so many houses up in here, and people use this all the time to have good insight in terms of how to get in and out of here when they can't see well. Jetty coming out, jetty coming out. Another artificial reef area. Tons of artificial reefs all lining up in here. They're all like that. And southern Sarasota Bay. More artificial reefs here in the middle of the bay. It's wide open out here. You can run pretty much anywhere. There's some obstacles along the shoreline that we've marked. And then you have Long Bar Point, this long bar in here, and you can see exactly where the edge is across the entire thing, and where the channel is that goes around the outside of it. Let's see what they might have for a place like this, which is a pretty famous place. See how good the picture is for that. Okay, so you can see the bar, I guess, reasonably well. It's a little washed out, but it's better than the last time I saw this. They did make some improvement on this particular picture since the last time, where you couldn't hardly see it at all. But the water out here is a little bit washed out looking, so there's not as much contrast as most people would want to see to spot areas to fish and spot edges. It's not a complete mess. You can sort of make it out, but you got to study it pretty hard in order to know for sure what you're doing. It's not as easy to read and interpret. If you had sun and wind and everything and you're trying to drive the boat with distractions, it really wouldn't jump off the map at you, put it that way, in terms of where to go if you wanted to get outside of these marker areas. So this is the way I put this together. So you can see a lot more in this, a lot more detail in the little finger areas and so forth like that. These are high spots, the brown versus the green. Longboat Pass, again shifting sand off the coast, shows the ingress and egress to all of the local neighborhoods with every sign and every post in there. At least when we were there, we marked every one of them. Anna Maria Island. Okay, and so now this is the end of the South Florida map on the north end of the map at Sarasota. It covers all of Sarasota County from the south all the way to the north. It goes to the north end of Sarasota County, and that's why here the picture stops. And you can see where the picture stops, the map just continues. So this is the end, and you got fuzzy pictures. After you get past a certain point, the pictures go fuzzy, and that's because this is the end of that chart. So if you were at this spot and you wanted the good pictures north of this line down here, go ahead in this direction, you would have to put in the other chart, and then it would be very clean up in here. All these pictures would be very good, and then these would be fuzzy, and the pictures would be the exact inverse of this. So that is the north end of the map. And zoomed out, you can see we covered from here all the way through here, all the way up this coast, and that's where the South Florida map stops here at the end of Sarasota County. And then now we're going to pick up and go over to the north end near Sebastian Inlet and work our way down the ICW down to Jewfish Creek Bridge near the Keys where we were. And then lastly, we'll poke around Lake Okeechobee and some of the lakes and a few of the inland areas. Because all the inland areas and all the lakes and rivers and creeks and so forth should be on here. And you'll be able to see what they want, including the Stick Marsh area, which some people have requested, which is right over here. So the Headwaters Lake and all of that. So we'll get going with that next. Okay, so we're going to move over to Sebastian Inlet area across the center of the state and take a look at what the map looks like on the east coast. Let me turn some of these icons off here so we don't get confused. So we just left over here at Sarasota. We're going to move this way over to the east coast, but on the way I guess we should look at some of the inland lakes to give you an idea of what's on the chart for lakes inland. And this is a representative sample of water bodies inland, and any substantive water body, any of these lakes, small lakes and big lakes, should be on there at full resolution, similar to what you see here. I show the boat launches, and they're pretty high resolution imagery. You can see the color of the roofs and the docks and all of that, exactly where the weeds are, if there's weeds in there. Let me make sure I have my depth contours on, because I turned the depth contours off when we were going through it before, and there should be depth contours in some of these lakes like this one here. So this one has some depth contours. I turned it off when we were going through the Everglades because it's not too useful in those very shallow areas. The pictures really are more useful than the depth contours, but a lot of the inshore guys like this kind of stuff for the lakes. Don't have them in every lake, but they're in quite a few. Here's Lake Okeechobee, or not Lake Okeechobee, but Yeah, this is Lake Okeechobee, so we've got them in here, but the map is set up so that once you get to a certain zoom level in Lake Okeechobee, it should switch over to the map, because at a certain point in Lake Okeechobee, the map is more useful in terms of features and things like that than a picture would be. So you could look at it like that if you wanted, or you could look at it like that if you wanted. You can see the track going through the markers there to come in. That's just the way you would do it. This is all rocky to the left in Lake Okeechobee. They call it the reef up in here. So you can see that the tracks don't go across here for a reason. You only can come through like this unless you really know what you're doing. I really would recommend that. So when you're coming in across the spoil area here, you have to go through the markers exactly like it shows here. And we left the pictures on the coastline, or on the shoreline for Lake Okeechobee zoomed in, because you can see where the weeds are and where the runs are through the weeds. And this is a representative sample of what you get at Lake Okeechobee running through. Of course, these weed mats, they move around, but these are the main tracks that go off through Lake Okeechobee. And you can see there used to be a track through here. Now the weed mats have moved in. There used to be one through here as well. But it shows you how to run through the whole rim, all of that. Like this one stays open most of the time, so does this one. This is how I would run that. A lot of rocks in Lake Okeechobee. Shows you how to make the run from the east coast to the west coast through the locks. So there's the lock on the east side. You come through, you have these big posts sticking up here. You come through and you right through the lock like that, and then you're off across the lake following the waterway. Actually, the track goes right on like that. Right past the markers, straight across to this point here from the lock up in here, and then you cut south like that through the markers through here, and then over to get into the lock over here, and to continue on your way towards the other coast. But this, on this version of the map, we left the pictures along the coastline, around the whole coastline, with the weeds and everything like that, and then we cut the pictures out in the center of the lake so that you could see the map instead when you're zoomed in anyway, out in the middle of the lake area. Just thought that would be better. All the lakes inland are going to be similar to this. You'll be able to see very clean where stuff is and how to get around out there. There's really no navigation issue in virtually all the lakes, but in terms of the pictures, they're all going to be relatively clean like that. So this is up in Highlands County. We go through Okeechobee County over here. There's really no lakes in here, but as you get over towards St. Lucie County and Indian River County, here's where is Stick Marsh area, Headwaters Lake, and all of that. So this is those areas there. Of course, they flooded all this and made the lakes in here, and you can see that the pictures are pretty good for this. I don't have tracks in here. I probably need to put tracks in Headwaters Lake because there's a certain way you negotiate this. And then through this, down this way on a 45 degree to get down to the south. This is the run that people would make through there. And they cut down this canal here and then they make a left, or if you want to go down to the south, you cut down this way. I need to put tracks in there. I just haven't done it yet, but I understand how to do it. But there's the stick marsh, and then I think this is Blue Cypress Lake down here, Fellsmere. You can see the boat ramp over here, and you can see pretty clean the shoreline here. These pictures over here were not processed at full resolution on purpose because there's no water over here. Just where there's water, it'll be clean. So if you're poking around the inland part of the state on a lake and you get too far off the edge and the picture goes fuzzy, it's like that on purpose, because we didn't want to process the inland areas at full resolution because it takes up a lot of room on the chips. But where you would be able to navigate through here, you can see how good the pictures are. And it's like that all over and in South Florida as well. In the any body of water that you could probably put a boat in. Here's down here in Loxahatchee, okay, in Palm Beach County. You can see Loxahatchee was completely processed. The entire Loxahatchee refuge was processed at full resolution, including the canals that serve it. So even down here in Miami, most of these canals probably processed as well. I think I put all these on. And this one isn't, but many of those canals are processed at full resolution. And you could poke around on there and get around. Let's see which ones. We made an effort to put most of the substantive bodies of water on the map. So if it's a big lake or a big refuge like this, you're going to see it on there at full resolution. Just like that. And the pictures have all been brightened up so you can actually see stuff in here. This is all sunk. You can see these weeds. You can see that ditch through there. It looks like it's ditched through hydrilla. Didn't come out of the camera looking like this. This had to be, we had to brighten all this stuff up and fix the contrast and the color to bring these features out in some of these bodies of water so you can see where stuff is and where you might want to fish or run or not run the boat. If you zoom in on these things, you can pull out a lot of detail on the pictures, and you can make out a lot of structure to fish on the shorelines. So that is, that's called Barley Barber Swamp, right next to the Lake Okeechobee. So let's go back up here to the northern part. This is the Sebastian area, and this is the northern portion of the South Florida chip on the east coast. You can see the pictures cut off just north of Sebastian Inlet, and then you have the map after that. The north chip is going to have good pictures up here, and it's going to have fuzzy pictures down here. It's going to have map down here. It'd be the exact inverse of this. So Sebastian Inlet is on the south chip, and if you come into Sebastian Inlet, this is what it looks like. You get 37 feet at high tide there in the center of the bridge. You come through the bridge, and then you have a whole slew of markers and buoys facing you, and it can be confusing because you got a big bar out here in the middle, and you might want to even go in the middle of it, but you can see that it's all dangerous in there, and it runs in. You run aground in the middle, so you have to come through like this or come through like this on the south end to get to the south. This is the main run through this way over towards the ICW, which runs this way. I'm going to turn the ICW on layer on, so I don't have that layer turned on right now, but this is the ICW through this area in the river system. It runs all the way down to Miami. If you want to turn that on, you have to go into the map layers and turn the ICW on. So in this case, I turned all the layers on, and you can see I got yellow hash marks now. This is a representative sample of what you would get if you had all the map layers turned on. Over here, you have a state authorized oyster area, shellfish, aquatic farming going on over here. You have a managed area in this orange box. The yellow hash marks mean it's a manatee zone over here, not a manatee zone over here. All these white things are stakes, PVC stakes on that farm and on this farm here. And over here, where the line is, right through here, you see the track in the middle of this shaded area here. This light shaded area right here is the ICW, and it runs all the way from Jacksonville all the way down to Miami and beyond, into the Keys even. And that is, if you wanted to just turn on the ICW layer, you could come in here and just turn that feature on if you wanted, and you could turn off the manatee zones. You could turn anything on or anything off. So that's all done in the categories. But if you just wanted to be mindless about it and say, I want to stay in the ICW on my cruise, you could turn that layer on, and that thing will stay highlighted the entire way to show you exactly where you need to be at all times throughout the entire ICW. That is all of the detail on the map. So this is a relatively new feature, this aquaculture area here. We used to have these stakes on, but these are actually state authorized leases and so forth for oysters and clams and things like that. So we do that by turning off the areas. You can see it's called aquaculture. So I'm going to turn everything off right now. But you have named beaches, and you have all these border areas and so forth. I'm just going to leave the oysters on for oyster beds that you might run into. And I will turn on the, well, I'll leave everything else off. We already looked at the manatee zones. We did not see the pollen shoal zones yet because I had them turned off when we were in the Keys, but I'll go ahead and turn that on. So when we get back down towards the end of it, you can see what it looks like when the pollen shoal zone is turned on. This ICW area is very similar to what this wilderness waterway feature is when we looked at the wilderness waterway. It's unchecked right now, but if you check that box, then it'll light up just like the ICW. It's like the ICW for the Everglades. So there's a lot of other features on here that I'm just going to leave off, because if you leave everything on, it gets too cluttered because all the layers overlap each other. So I've turned that off now. The ICW went away, and this is what it looks like without the manatee zones and everything like that. And you can see all the bars and how you would run through here down the area south of Sebastian, including the oyster. All these little things are oyster bars and high points. You can't see them in many cases in the pictures because this picture was taken probably when the water was up high, but there is a high point here, a high point where those yellow marks are. And that's why all those things are on there. These are all like little islands, if you will, or flats. And they're all drawn on there for good reason. All the edges of these bars are all highlighted to go in and out of these islands, these little spoil islands. Shows you how to navigate around them and through them without running aground, even in the worst lighting conditions. It'll show you how to do all of that. So let's see what the other folks have for a place like this. And let me get back to chart source and turn on this other one and see what's going on down there in the Sebastian area for the Navionics one. And I rebooted this, and it still seems to be pretty laggy to boot that chart. So it's very slow for some reason running this with this, even with this fast machine. But here's their representation of the same. They've got the water looking all green, dark green. And you can see the same bar. We had a line going stopping here. And we had the track coming through here, and then tracks going down this way as well. So I have taken the liberty to mark where all of the red channel markers are in this main passage, starting here with these little X's. These are all exactly correct. And you can see from the locations of these blue X's that the locations that they have on this chart for all of the red markers, most of them are missing. All these are signs or red markers. And you can see that this one's close. This one's wrong because it's not green, it's red. This one's missing, this one's missing, this one's good, this one's off, this one's missing, this one's missing, this one's missing. This one is close, this one's missing. This one's missing. There's red there and red there. There's a lot of markers missing, so all this is really wrong. As you can see, I'm going to switch it back over. And you can take a look at what's really there. A lot of signs. This is what's really there. This is how many markers there are through this main channel. And those were just the red ones I marked. They were also missing most of these greens, and all these are post signs all over the place. So there's a lot of stuff sticking up here that you could run into if you can't see at night or what have you. I would say at least half of them are missing or in the wrong location. And that is obviously representative of what we've seen earlier as well. And this is a very, very heavily traveled area. So let me get back to there. And this is again Sebastian for Navionics. So a lot of problems in here with missing data. You can see the pictures are pretty dark. You can see some of the light bars. You can see this is where the oysters and all that stuff were, and they've got something in here. I'm not really sure what that's all about. Oh, there's the aquaculture thing, but the location of it is incorrect because it extends further over and all of that. So this is not exactly where the stuff is, and I don't know where they got that data from, but maybe these are part of those posts, but they don't have the boundary of the area. Maybe they're just some of the posts that were sticking up that I had marked, but they don't have the area on there. So anyway, this is what they've done for this area, and it's just not as detailed, obviously, as what we're looking at before. If you zoom in on, say, a spoil island, it looks like that, sort of fuzzy. I think that's as good as it gets. I don't think it's going to clean up. It looks like it's a pixelated image. Let me see. If you give it a minute, see if it'll update, maybe get clearer, but I can see like pixels and stuff like that. I don't think that's as good as it gets for this spot. Not too good. See if they have anything over in the river system. Really nothing in here to speak of. You can see in the river system. It's hard to tell that, but it's a low resolution image, or it's a processed to not high resolution, put it that way, if it is a high resolution image that they used. General reference only, pretty much just showing where the markers are lining the ICW, but the pictures themselves are not very detailed for fishing or seeing edges and things like that here in Indian River County. So that's the Navionics for the entrance to Sebastian. If anybody was looking for the info, that's it. Okay, so back on this one, we'll come over and look at St. Sebastian River, and you can see we got the oysters on. You can see where all the oysters are on the edge coming in. You can see this big bar here and how you would negotiate through here, and it goes, the tracks go all the way back into the river. It's cautioned because it's really shallow in a lot of places, and you have to might even be trimmed up idling back in here, just mostly idling back in here. But they fish tarpon back here at certain times of the year, and they're all over the place in this shallow water. So that's Sebastian River, and we have all the spoil islands marked. You can see pretty cleanly what's going on here, really where the edges are. And this is going to be representative of what you find in terms of the entire ICW going down all the way down to Miami. This is what it's going to look like, very similar to this. There's an anchorage area here with a lot of sailboats moored out over here. Track goes over here on the other side of these signs near Vero Beach. I turned off the ICW line. If it was on, this track would be right in the middle of the blue shaded area. Power lines going across. See that they're perfectly positioned on top of the towers. You can see the shadows of each of them. Sign there, PVC stakes lining this entrance here. You can see the shadow of that sign right there, and you can actually see the PVC stakes in the picture. There's a little dot there and a little dot there. These are all stakes that are out there. Looks like there's actually one here and one here too that are not on there. Maybe they weren't there when I was there. Okay, we're getting close down to the Fort Pierce Inlet, and I turned on the idle only zone, which we haven't seen yet, and you can see it says idle speed no wake, and then you see these light hash marks going like this, these orange hash marks. I turned that layer on, and it shows you where the idle zones are with these hash marks, and you can see it starts here at this one and basically ends here at this one. And these signs are probably saying idle speed no wake. That's, I would imagine, what those signs are. Same thing here, and probably here started, but it's actually started right there. It's where I started the area. You can see that. Out here off the coast, we have lots of artificial reefs on the map. Tons of stuff out here on the map and on the pictures as well. I can see exactly what it is. Let's see what they have for this kind of spot with this major heavily traveled inlet. There's stuff going on here on there, so we'll be able to see it. Okay. Well, I don't see any idle zone stuff. I don't see any signs. Well, I guess maybe these are the signs. I don't know if those are the signs or not. I'm not really sure what that means, general beacon. Doesn't look like they're signs. They look like they're markers of some type. At least they're saying they are. They got the markers generally in the right spot, but I know they're missing some stuff in here based on what we just looked at. And pictures are, again, lower resolution. Well, let's see. Oh, the picture changes when you zoom in here, so that's better. It's a little better. But I don't know why they didn't use this picture for the other view. Maybe because of this. Look at that. Oh, here, look at that. So you zoom in, and then you have a cleaner picture for over here, but they left this one on as well. And look at that. It's all washed out from the sun. All out in here. Look at that. Wow. Look at how, wow. It's like white. And let's see how far out it extends. It goes all the way out to here. Wow, look at that. Probably goes way down the beach. So all this is useless for seeing anything other than these depth indications out here, but you couldn't see the edges of the bars really, or there's just no way you could use that to understand what you're supposed to be doing. And why would they leave that picture on there? This is an example of a low-res picture and a higher-res picture. You can see just on the beach the difference in the clarity. However, it's completely useless. Consider they didn't fix the water. Look at that. They should have got rid of that picture and left this one on. It would have been better with just this if they were going to have a picture at all. But like we said before, probably they shouldn't even put pictures, because I would imagine if you turn the pictures off, it's probably much more useful to you out here. And I would say certainly in this area where it was all bleached out, washed out, you'd want to have this on instead. This would be much more useful to you in terms of seeing things, maybe where a hole was or a high spot or whatever, versus that those pictures. So again, it's this is more in line with what they're famous for in terms of just creating a map that looks pretty like this with all these contours. But in terms of accuracy of the features and in terms of the markers and all of that kind of thing, and particularly with imagery, it's not good at all, which is what all the inshore boaters want. But all the folks that are out here in the middle of the ocean and the Gulf Stream and all that way out over here, you know, they probably love this. Very useful out here. Look at that. Beautiful. Come in over here where the mapping work actually gets challenging and you have to be accurate about things and know where things are. It fails completely at that point, because they just can't do that. They can't keep up with it. So again, here's a classic example of, if you were going to use the Garmin, you definitely want to have the pictures off to see really what's happening. But it's not very popular with the inshore boaters, because they can't see the inshore features that they want to see. It's much better with the pictures. And so it just is what it is. So this is their view of the Fort Pierce Inlet. And then you have this big jetty thing over here, which is nice to see. They got that. Getting in and out, I guess you would have to follow through here. We have a track coming through like this to get in. This is the main route coming in. But you couldn't tell if you could really get through over here. You sort of think you could probably do it down here from looking at this map. And it's not so certain what you do if you were boating in this area here, heading off in this direction, if you could come through here, or you should go out this way, or just what you should do, because the pictures are a little bit fuzzy and they're just not quite detailed enough to know with 100% certainty what your boat could do with that. It's another one of those spots where you just are looking for assurances, and you really can't get it from this particular map by looking at this. Maybe you could do that, maybe you could do that, but the pictures, you don't know exactly what time of the tide they were taken, and it's just not so clear. So if you switch over to the other chart, we'll be able to see what is possible here at this jetty. So here's the jetty, and you come through the markers just like we said before. You actually can get out the back here. If you go through these two bars, you can actually come right in front here like this as well, between these two bars, being cautious of the sand. And you can even get right through there as a shortcut between the rocks, no problem. And then with respect to these bars out here, you can do where all the lines are. Again, extra caution through here. This one's a little bit less caution. And the way to do it the most safe way is to actually go around the whole thing and circle around this way. So you have all the options available to you here in Fort Pierce. So we'll keep moseying on down this way. More power lines, towers, big towers. See the lines going across real clean. There's a tower on the land. So we actually put, you can see the difference in the sizes of these icons. So this is a power line tower. This is a one on land that's, you know, probably 1,000 feet tall or something. Right here, and we put it on there because they're landmarks for navigation. You can see them sticking up, and you know that, oh, there's the tower. So we put that on too. Tide station here, all over the map. Lots of signs sticking up in the ICW area. There's signs here, sign. All these blue things are signs. Lots of stuff sticking up all over the place. Mooring area. This is a mooring area, and these are the yellow buoys for the mooring area for sailboats and things like that. We're getting close to St. Lucie Inlet, and the inlet's over here, and this is the river system coming up. So I'll go poke around the river system up in here. It goes way up. See all of that. And if you had a house back up in here, this is how you would negotiate that. And then you can see the oysters. So this is all oyster area here, but it's deep enough where you can actually go across it right through the markers. But the oysters extend all the way through here. And they're lining this whole shoreline, and this whole shoreline helps for the fishing. So if you wanted to fish this shoreline for docks and you wanted oysters, then this would be a good one to choose from, as opposed to maybe this area here where there isn't any, or this area here where there isn't any. So it's a helpful tool in that respect. Same thing over here in this part of the river as you get closer to the inlet itself, coming through the bridges. And I fish snook and everything under these docks and around these bridges, and as you get closer to the mouth of the inlet. So there's a lot of stuff going on at the inlet. A lot of activity here, a lot of moving sand in this area, lots of bars moving around here too. You can actually, there's the idle zone. Again, I turn that layer on. It says you start idling here. You got to idle from here all the way around this area back behind this place. This is called Sailfish Point. until you get to this point, then idle stops. These are the main two jetties where they fish the snook out here, very clean. And you can see that the yellow line in this case is drawn further out than the actual picture of the bar, and that's because when I was there, the bar was actually out over here. So these bars are like moving every week. And this is actually a dredge boat in the picture where they're dredging this. They're constantly out here messing around with all the sand. So you got to be careful about it. But if you stay in the center through the markers, the bars are always going to, usually they're not out like that. They're usually around the corner like that. And as you get behind Sailfish Point over here, these bars are constantly moving around too, and it shows you the ingress and egress there. There used to be abandoned markers up in here. It was very confusing because you look at them and they left the markers up on the flat, and if you followed it, you could get yourself in trouble and run into the ground. They left them in there for a while until they took some of them down. Some local PVC stakes coming around this little island here. And there's lots of stuff sticking up. Lots of markers and posts and signs and stuff all over the place in here. And we didn't talk about the features on the labels, but here's an example of where we have the phone numbers for all the marinas and stuff. If you zoom in on the things, it'll tell you what it is and how to get a hold of these places, and you know, where the marinas are and little restaurants and what have you, where the gas stations are. So let's see what they got for this, see how useful the images are and all of that. Again, if you zoom out, you can see there's tons of artificial reefs out over here. You can see they're all on the map. You can see exactly where all these things are. And there's just tons of fishing out here and all right out of the inlet on all that structure. You can zoom way out like that and you can still see where they are, so that it's really easy when you come out of the inlet to head off in that direction without having to mess with the zoom level. So let's zoom in here and see what they have for this at the Navionics. Okay, well, there it is. The entrance to the St. Lucie Inlet's covered by a big white cloud. Look at that. That's unbelievable. That is just crazy. Look at that. Right at the entrance, and they put that picture on. Look at that. Man. I don't know, man. I don't know who's in charge of that. Someone was sitting there going, boy, that's okay with me. We're going to put that out there on our premium Platinum Plus product, and we're going to sell that to the public. And we're going to say that this is the best map in the market. That's what they do. You've seen it other places as well. And it just varies from year to year. Last time we did this, it was like this all around on the northern chip. It was like that up at Steenahatchee. It was like that over at Tampa Bay Bridge. Part of the bridge was like this all around. You couldn't see anything. Look at that. And these really critical areas too. I mean, a major inlet. You can't even see the, let's see, can you see the jetties? You can, yeah, you can barely see the jetty here and sort of there. It's not really sure. But you would think that they would have that cleaned up for these big huge boulders in here. Big boulders. But you can't see it. It's really unbelievable. I wonder if you turn the pictures off, what it looks like then. Let's turn the pictures off. Well, there you go. That's what I was saying before. You know, turn the pictures off, all of a sudden you can see what's going on. Look at that. But if you didn't know about this, and you were an inshore guy fishing for snook or something, and you had the pictures on, and you went there for the first time, maybe you wouldn't see that jetty, and you'd have a problem. Look at that. Unbelievable. Okay, so on the back side here where we were looking before, these pictures, they're not actually that bad. You can actually see pretty closely where the bars are and so forth, but and it does sort of direct you, through here like this, through those markers. That looks relatively accurate to me from my recollection. It does look accurate. But there's still a lot of uncertainty about, could you do that? Could you do that? You know, could you come in here and do that? Or do you have to do that? Tons of uncertainty, and people take those chances, and then they get up in here, and then they have a problem, and then they're like, man, I wish I would have done it differently, and they just don't know how to do it. So let's see if they have anything up in the river system and what's going on up over here where we just were looking before. Here you got picture A and picture B again. So black water, tan water. This one splits it the other way. Green water, brown water. And you really can't see anything in the water. So that's what I'm saying. It's like you're just better off with the map. The pictures are not, they're just not going to be useful for, looks like for much of the East Coast. It's just not going to get the job done for the fishermen. They're just not clean enough to render the critical details in most of the spots. You can sort of see the bar here, you can see the bar there, a little bit of a bar there, maybe a bar over here, but it's really not ideal. So that's that, and let's go back to the other one. Here you can see that same bar we were just looking at. It's got a, it actually comes out like that, and there's obstacles here and there's caution symbols here. There's definitely a little bit of an issue negotiating around that thing. And then the edges of the bar like this. So if you're going to go in there, you need to do it right along the mangrove like that. That's the kind of insight people are looking for. Here's an example of a dock, and the reason that this line is out here is because this picture, since they took this picture, the dock extends like that. It extends out further, and we drew it in just like we drew it in here. So if you were just looking at the picture, you probably wouldn't see that dock, and then you might, in the night, you could do that, right? So that's why we drew it in. So it's actually there. It's just the picture is a little bit dated compared to when they built that. Let's see if they have a more recent picture for it showing that extension. So they have it extended out to here past the marker in this picture. They have it out here. Let's see. Goes to there. They do have it. So their picture is a little bit more recent, but it wasn't completely exact because, let's see, the end of it is actually there. I'm going to put a marker on it. It goes from there to there, back over to here. So I'll put those 3 X's on there. This is sort of interesting. Let's see what they've done here. So that's where the actual it is, and then let's see what's going on with this. Okay, so in this particular case, oh, this thing is slow.
there it is. So this is an example where they do have a more recent picture than we used to show where this thing is, but the picture is just a low resolution picture. So I don't know. We drew it in, they've got it in the picture, and I don't know. You make the call. You make the call. Do you want to see that for fishing? Or do you want to see this other one for fishing? You make the call. Sometimes we run into these problems where we have a newer picture, but it's not as good as the older picture for a whole bunch of different reasons, and we end up putting an older picture on because it's more representative of what's actually there in terms of what's in the water. You can see things better. Could be a number of different reasons we would use an older picture versus a newer picture. If the water was really dirty in the newer one and you couldn't see anything versus the old one where you could see all the edges. So we have to make those decisions all the time. Here's another slow speed zone, and the area is marked there. And here's another one down here. There's tons of them in the ICW. This is probably this is the sign for it. And then that's the sign for it again, probably. That's the zoomed out view of the coastline. So this is Jupiter. So this is coming into the Jupiter inlet, which is really heavily traveled, and you can see all the idle zones in here. Starts here at the bridge, goes all the way out here to that point there, winds its way all the way back down into this bridge here. All this is idle only back in here. See the depth contours on top, and then you have the jetties highlighted on the on both sides with the markers on either side. Let's see what they got for the entrance to the Jupiter inlet and how they've got that represented. It's really, really slow to load this thing. Look at that. It's unbelievable. Okay, so there's the Jupiter inlet. Zoomed out on the Navionics. So that's pretty good with that map out in the ocean. Once you turn on the pictures, it's not so great. You got picture A, B, and C here. It gets a little cleaner when you zoom in. So there's another, that's a cleaner picture. But look, they got picture A and picture B. They didn't fix that. Not that it's the end of the world, but it's just unprofessional to make a presentation like that to the public. It's not necessary to do that. So this picture is actually pretty decent here, this one at Jupiter Inlet coming in. It's not bad at all. It does go a little fuzzy when you zoom way in, but it's sufficient. It's better than some of the other ones I've seen. That's 200 feet, and you can see it's fuzzy, but you can see pretty much what's going on in there. Oh, look at that. Look. Here, okay, if If you zoom in more, it changes again. Look at that. Let's see how far out that goes. So, well, you just never know what the hell they're doing over there. Look at that. That's a higher res picture, zoomed way in. For some reason, they didn't use this one. They could have processed this picture for the other ones and left it like this. This is actually a little bit better. They could have fixed some of the contrast in it, but let's see how far up it goes. That's real interesting that they wow. It's very slow. I think it's because of the chip. I think the chip is just not a fast chip. It's hard to read the data off of it. So going up, if you're zoomed way in, they actually have a better picture, a cleaner picture, but it's not a great picture because it's a lot of sun problems, but it's probably a little better than the other one because you can see the sun glaring off the waves, so it destroys a lot of the details in the bottom, especially with these boat wakes and everything. And we try to fix all those problems, but it is one of the cleaner pictures I've seen in terms of resolution, so that's good to see. You can see these bars pretty well over here, but then it stops. So looks like it stops there. I don't know how far up it goes. It looks like it stops. Look at that. So picture A, picture B. See, clean, fuzzy. It's just there's just no reason to do that. There's just no reason for that. That could be all straightened out if they wanted to take the time to do it. You won't see that on this other one. It'll all be clean. See that? It'll be all uniform looking, and there won't be any of those problems. And no matter what picture you're looking at, it's going to be very clean with none of these problems with the sun and all that in almost every spot. You just won't see any of that. It's a very, very distinct difference between the quality of the imagery and all the details and the accuracy provided on top of that. So let's keep going. Here's an example of something I found that's weird. So you can actually see them in the picture, but there's like all these little stakes and stuff in here. It's like I don't think you can't get your boat through there. It's like a rope line or something with stakes between them. And so that's why it looks like that, because you really can't get through there. At least when I was there, you couldn't do it. And that's why they're all stakes sticking up. Here's 4x4 posts, or you have a stake line here, a stake line there. You can't get through here. You have to go through the two posts to get into that neighborhood. Same thing here. And you can actually see them in the picture. Okay, the idle speed again, all over the place in the ICW. More of them here. This one goes way down to North Palm Beach. And then you have the ICW heading off in this direction. There's even more details on the contours out over here off the beach, coming out of this inlet here, Lake Worth Inlet. Again, the jetties and the jetties. Let's see what they have for Lake Worth Inlet. Okay. I'm going to zoom all the way in and make sure that we don't miss the pictures. There we go. So again, you zoom in more and then have the cleaner picture, but it's got the sun problems again. So in this particular case, this is probably a little bit better than looking at the other one that it's just switched from, but I'll let you make the call if you want to see this or not, if you'd want to run with this or not, how far down the beach this goes, how far out it goes. There you go, there's the end of it. There's the line. 48 feet of water, they say. Along the beach, you get in here to in this area here. If you zoom in, it's going to change from this fuzzy green picture to this higher resolution sun problem picture, but at least the land is clean. You can see where boats are and stuff. It's just a little busy to your eyes given all the stuff that they have on here, and with the washed out sun issue and this kind of thing, it's actually pretty distracting. There's no reason for that. Look at that, that's really slow to load. Okay. It looks like if you're zoomed way in, this is pretty much what their representation of this area is with this kind of sun issue. So I'm not that impressed with that. It goes all the way down like this. Let's see if it's the same thing down here. Yeah, it's the same thing down here. You got sun problems. Let's see how far down you go. If we go way down here, no, it's the same thing there. Looks like it's the same thing all the way down, pretty far. So it is what it is. Okay, I'll switch it back. And mosey on down. You can see these pictures are very uniform as well. They're just better pictures. And they're cleaner all the way around, no matter what angle you look at them. If there's bars, you're going to see them. If there's obstacles, you're going to see them. Even in the darker water, all of it's going to be highlighted on there. Okay, so that's what we've done for this, and we're gonna keep going down towards Miami. You can see there's a lot of depth contour information provided out here off this area in South Florida. It goes all the way down to Miami like that, and this is the kind of stuff Garmin likes to do as well. It's just it's quite useful for out here on the reef lines and the patches and stuff like that, but you're not going to find this in the middle of the Everglades, this kind of detail. You just don't have that. All right, here we go. Pompano Beach, Hillsborough Inlet. Let's see what they got for the Hillsborough Inlet. That's how this is my view of the approach to Hillsborough Inlet. I'm not sure if it's slow like this because I got the other chip loaded or if it's just a slow chip. I haven't run it by itself before, so it's not so certain. But this is their view of it. Again, with the pictures on, there's no depth contours out here, just a few numbers. Oh, wait, let's see. If you zoom way in again, this is what you get. Keep on zooming in. Again, you got this sun thing going on, which isn't very good. And then it looks like, I guess it goes like this, just some kind of circle like that. Then it comes into here, and then you have the dark water through the middle, and then you come through the bridge, and if you zoom in, it's still a fuzzy picture. This is a low resolution image, but it's probably, you know, I don't know, it's probably better than that one, but the water's so dark, if there's any features, you can't really pick them out. So let's get back to this other one again. And you can see that on ours that all of the water, even out here in the ocean, has been adjusted for contrast, so you can actually see the features on the bottom of the ocean where the patches and higher spots would be through here. It's pretty clean compared to what the other one was. Okay, heading down towards Fort Lauderdale. Again, lots of idle zones, depending on where you're at. Here's one here. Here's one here. Another one there. A big one there. And we have Fort Lauderdale, Port Everglades. So this is Port Everglades on ours. And it's a pretty big entrance, as you can see. Turning basin coming in. Lots of detail out here, some kind of reef there. And that's the zoomed out view of it. If you don't like to see all these depth indications everywhere, those depth indications can be turned off. Zoomed out, they get a little busy like that, but when you're zoomed in, pulling up to a spot, they're really not so close to each other, and they're pretty useful at that point. So you can see it's real deep in here because of the big boats coming in, but let's see what they did for this, just to say we did it, so no one doesn't accuse me of not being fair. Okay, so there's the turning basin. And I wonder if they have the better pictures if you zoom in. It looks like they do. So you can zoom in more, and then you get that. That one goes fuzzy when you zoom in on it. This one might get a little bit better. No, it doesn't. Let's see over here, the turning basin. So this one does get better when you zoom in. So you got to be really zoomed in on this one to get a picture at this inlet. Be a little bit better than the other one. I don't know. You make the call. I don't like it because I just think they should have used the one good picture for the whole thing, so you don't have this kind of thing going on. Use that picture for all the pictures. Why have this one and then have this one? You know? It just doesn't make any sense. someone decided to put it together like that. Not really sure why. So you got some more clouds over here. Heading down towards Miami. Again, this is Navionics, heading down to the Miami area. What inlet is this? Okay, haul over. Now there's the picture changing again. There's haul over. There's the hard line. That's not horrible. That's not that bad for a haul over. You can actually see stuff out here, this bank and stuff. That's one of the better ones that they've got on there, actually. But you have to be zoomed in on it. You have to be zoomed like that to get the detail you'd probably want to see. All right. So I don't know if that's going to fix itself up here or not, or if that's just cut off like that. That's two pictures. You can see the boats are cut off. Look at that. Yeah, I don't know why they do that. That's real interesting. All right, let's see what we got for the other one, for the same spot. Okay, well, you can see the big bar. You can see it's idle only all through there. You can see the, it's 100 feet of zoom right there. You can see the entrance and all of that. You can see the bridge height. And all the buoys and markers through here, coming up in here. This is all idle through most of this area, coming into Miami on the north end. You can see pretty cleanly where they dredged all this out years and years ago. That edge, this cutout here. You can see the slough through here. It's all been dredged out. All the runs coming into this Treasure Island area, and heading down towards Miami proper. Idle from here all the way down past, well, all the way, really all the way down. Look at that, all the way down to here. It's a long idle. This is the main entrance to it, coming in off the ocean into Miami. So a lot of reefs again, a lot of contours again. You can see the ingress and egress here very cleanly, and look at the edge. Look at that edge. It's very clean. Now the buoys, you can see them in the picture. 1, 2, 3. They weren't there when I was there. They were over here. And that's why the buoys are here instead of up there. Maybe they moved that far given the tide and what have you, because the tide, see, the tide is going out. So at this time anyway, so I don't know, maybe they've moved them since, but you can see they're lined up properly. And then you come in like this, you have a bunch of depth contours in there, and let's see what they got for the entrance to theirs. At the entrance to this inlet here in Miami. That'd be about as heavily traveled area as you could get. It's really almost too slow for use. Look at that. That's really incredible. Oh my God, look at that. Well, here you go. Same thing. Major inlet, one of the busiest ones in the state, and you get this. You get this. Look at that. Really unbelievable. Oh, but you have to, oh, if you zoom in, then it goes away. Zoom in and zoom in, and then the cloud goes away and you can see what's really there. So if you call them up and say, why'd you put this picture on, and try to get a straight answer, they won't have any good answers for you, I can assure you of that. They really won't know what the answer is to that. But someone chose to put this on in this critical spot, right where you would try to get in and out of here. And you really can't see it. You have to zoom in before the picture cleans up. So I guess you come in here or you come in there. This one, this picture here is actually not so bad. I mean, if they make all their pictures like that, it'll be a lot better. But they need to use a faster chip, I'll tell you that. Look at this. It's just too slow. All right. I think it's bogging my machine down. A brand new machine, too. Okay, here's what we've done for the same spot. And you can see the ingress and egress at the same place we were just looking. You can see that the rocks are highlighted. They jump off the map at you so you can't miss them. And you know exactly what direction to go and how to do it, no matter where you are. So out off here, we're getting towards the north end of Biscayne Bay. You could make that run through here to come into the north end of the Biscayne Bay, or you can do it under the bridge over here. If you do that, start heading down towards Key Biscayne, and then you're going to get into the Biscayne Bay proper, and you're going to see all these finger channels and everything. And you can see our representation of the coral and the highest points in here, but it's getting to the point where I wouldn't want these contours on anymore, because they're just not particularly helpful, because the water's shallow enough where you can actually see all the stuff if you have good pictures. So I would just more than likely want to turn the depth contours off, because they muddy up the pictures a little bit. If you take them away, it's actually more useful. In my opinion, it's more useful like this than to have them all on all the time. So I usually run in the shallows with it like this. But you can see real clearly where the holes are and the flats, and all the finger channels are clearly highlighted. You can see them all. They just jump right off the map at you. You can see the ingress and egress everywhere throughout the entire outer banks of Key Biscayne. Where the real problems are with all the rocks over here, it's all rocky in here, all rocky in here. Big pipes and stuff sticking up over here, and all the stuff that you would want to know how to get in and out. A lot of buoys around this old park. I'm sure that none of those are on the other map. They're not going to be on there. We'll take a look in a minute. Stakes, signs, posts, all that stuff. Down here you've got idle only on this entire area. That's what all those buoys are. This entire line of buoys is basically saying idle only in this area. For some reason they don't want you running in there. And we're getting down to the south end of Key Biscayne. On the other shore, you can see all of the shoreline really well, and there's no stone left unturned with this. So even, you know, down in here, it's very, very clean pictures. When you zoom in on them, you can see it all the runouts, all the little potholes in here. Here, these are big signs, big 2-post signs. They're sticking up everywhere. There's a platform there. And there's 2 platforms there. Signs. Okay, so middle of the bay is real easy. Over here, it's not so easy. You got to know what you're doing to avoid getting in trouble there. Let's see what they got for those like finger channel areas. See if you can see that very well. I don't know if that's going to be possible or not, but we'll see. It's a darker picture. No question about that. I don't know if that's going to get any better. It looks like down over here they got, let's see, I'll do it slow. Nope. Well, at this location, which is a pretty critical fishing location, it's a low resolution image. You just can't, that's it, man. That's what you get. It's, oh wait, let's see. Oh, now it's cleaning up now. It's really slow though. Okay, so this one actually is getting better. So look at that. It's not so bad. I wonder how this would load on a slow machine though. I wonder if the picture goes all the way down. I'll let it load. Okay, it looks like that's it. I don't know. I guess that's about as best as you're going to get. It's 200 feet. I think that's about it. You make the call. That's what you get coming in one of the fingers through the markers. And then you get some houses here in the Biscayne Channel. This is the main, one of the main runs. Okay, so if you zoom in like that, it gets better. But it only gets better to here, doesn't get better down here. So this one's sort of clean up here. And then that, look at that. Good, bad, right in the middle of the channel. It was all the way across. That's the way it's supposed to be. Look at that. Good, bad, across the whole channel. All right, let's see what the other one is for this channel. Okay. Well, you can see the edges. You can see it's actually fast too. All the things are very clean. You can see the edges of everything, the markers. Everything is, look at that. See the shadow? Shadow. I wonder if they got that right. Let's see if they got that right just for kicks. X and X. Just random check at that main channel there. See if those markers are right or if they're off by any amount. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're not. Let's see. Oh, in that case, they're right. Look at that. They got them right that time. So here's an example of good attention to detail and accuracy. but you just don't know where it might be different with this. So this is what they've done. At a zoom level, you would probably put on your machine to navigate around in here, but it's pretty dark pictures, and it'd just be very hard to use this on the go, trying to understand what to do in most of the places. Let's see if they got those buoys. So this is that park. None of those buoys are on there, none of them. There are all tons of buoys in here. All that detail's missing. It's all missing. So, just is what it is. You can see the prop scars in this picture though, but you wouldn't know how to navigate through here very well. All you can see is that. You sort of guess, like maybe you got to stay here or stay over here, but let's see. There are the two tracks, there's the bar, there are all the buoys they were missing, their stakes and stuff like that. Okay, so we're going to keep going down towards, here's the pull and troll, or no, the idle zone again, and then we're going to get down to closer to Ocean Reef and the ingress and egress there through all that stuff. So there's a lot of keys in here, and we're getting the north end of Key Largo and the Ocean Reef area. Okay, so here's one of those deals where you come into the channel and you may not be able to make it out. So I put a stop sign there in case you get caught up in here and you couldn't see very well, and if it was low tide you might have a problem here. So not every time, but sometimes you do, and I'd rather have someone stop there at this PVC stake than take a chance and keep going and get themselves in trouble. Depending on your boat, you may or may not be able to do that. Same thing with here, same thing with here. If you want to keep going, you're not certain, you do it this way and then you're out. And then here's an example. I've got the pull and troll zones on, and you can see these stakes. These are all pull and troll signs, pull and troll zone stakes right on the edge of the flat. There's hundreds of them down here. That's what all these things are. These are all pull and troll zones, and that's why the stakes are out there. All of them. None of these are going to be on the other guy's chart, none of them. But this is the pull and troll zone for Key Biscayne on the south end. And they just go all around in here. I turned on the pull and troll zone. It's a light red shaded area with this light red line here. You can see that that's the pull and troll zone inside the stakes. So if I turn the pull and troll zone off, the red shaded area is going to go away, and then you can see the flat better, but you can still see the stakes, and you can turn the stakes off if you wanted. But that's the way this thing was put together, so you know exactly what's going on around you the whole time. Again, this would be all red shaded in here with it off, but I like to keep it off because I want to see the flat better, and I want to see the features in the flat when you're pulling around out there better than with the right red shaded stuff over it. Again, you can see quite a bit of detail in these pictures. You can see these scars where people were running around in here where they shouldn't have been. Same thing up here, up and over here. You see these scars that people shouldn't have been up there and just couldn't see what they were doing maybe. There's the ingress and egress there, and this is Ocean Reef, this whole thing. All these fancy houses in here, and all these canals, some big estate out here on this island. See all the details around there. So if you're coming in through Biscayne, heading back towards Isla Mirada, Some people make this run here called Midnight Pass through these stakes here. It's a shortcut. You can do it even at low tide. I've done it 100 times probably. Past this sign, and it shows you exactly which side of these stakes to be on, and they've been there a very, very long time. And you can see that pretty cleanly on this chart. You can actually see the ditch, but there's not really a lot of margin room for error there. There's no margin for error. You have to be on the track and pay attention to what you're doing, and you can get through there rather than having to swing out way around this way and come through the main circle over here. Looks like no big deal, but when you're out there, that's a pretty big run to swing all the way out here and around when you could just go like that. That's the reason that's on there. I would venture to guess on this other one, this kind of detail is not going to be shown in terms of how to negotiate that. Let's see if you could see what's happening here, if any of those stakes are even on the chart. Well, they have the word. Man, this is really frustrating. And you can see the ditch actually in this picture, but it's really fuzzy. I wonder if it gets better. There's the ditch like that, but no stakes, and that's about as good as it gets. It's just a fuzzy mess. So I don't know. That's what they did for this. This whole south end of the Biscayne Bay is really low resolution imagery. That's as good as it gets. Look at that for the shoreline, for the islands. Look at that. Oh, there's another cloud up here. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. You can't even, look at that. Wow. Wow, that's bad. That's really bad. I'm sorry. It's not cutting it. Let's see what we got for this. Okay. You would never know with the other one that there's this ditch around the edge of that. Look at that. You would never be able to see that edge. None of that. This whole flat is a big mystery. This whole island's a big mystery. And of course, coming through here, it was really poor as well. So I give them a failing grade on that one. Let's see if they have all these stakes on the outside. See if they have anybody put that on there. There would have been a community edit. If they did, let's see if anybody put that stuff on there. If you would know what that means. I don't see any. No stakes. I don't think they really have focused at all on the pole and troll areas in the Keys in terms of what's important and where you're not supposed to be doing things. So you just can't see it on there. You would never know from looking at this chart, as far as I know, unless I've got some setting wrong that I'm not aware of. This picture out here is actually not so bad. Look at that. If you're zoomed in far enough, it cleans up a little bit, and in certain places you can actually pick details out. You can see some of that detail we were looking at before. This is the same detail we were looking at before. It's not actually that bad. It's not as good as we had, but it's better than some of the other ones we saw. But here on these, oh, look at all these clouds in here. Look at that cloud. Look at that. It's really it's insane. Look at that. Well, I'm not impressed with this performance of this ship either. It's just too damn slow with a really high-end machine. This machine costs like $5,500 or something, and it runs this chip like molasses. And you can't see these cuts. Look at that. That's incredible. All right, let's see what we got for that. there's the cut. You can't see the entrance to it. There's a big creek going through there. They hid the whole thing with the cloud. This is an example of some of those details that we put on these charts. If you were coming in the creek on the boat, it actually warns you before you go in there that the bridge on the other end is really low clearance. You can barely get through here. This is like, I can barely get my tower on my flats boat underneath this bridge. It's like inches of clearance on either one. You couldn't go through there in a center console or anything more than a skiff to get through, and that's really tight as it is. You can barely squeak under there. That's the kind of detail we put in there. There's stuff like this. There are railroad ties sticking up at the water surface in here. Really cut off telephone poles at the water surface right there, sticking up all over the place. If you're not paying attention and you don't see that, that would definitely sink your boat. If you're running through there on plane, which people do, and you don't hit that right, these things are not sticking up. They're like cut off at the water surface, big telephone poles. And that's why it says this. They're really, really bad. Okay, so we come under the bridge, heading back towards Jewfish Creek. You can see the detail there. This is the lower end of Biscayne Bay, I guess. I don't know what they call this body of water. I call it all Biscayne Bay. And then here's Jewfish Creek again, coming in from the north back towards the bridge where we headed off this direction to look at the Everglades. So we've made a big circle. And you can see here that all the runs in this area are on, and out here on the ocean side around Key Largo, this old shoreline which people fish all the time for migrating tarpon and what have you. There's no stone left unturned with all of these details. You can see everything very cleanly. The flats are all perfectly easy to see. All the features in the flats are there, including all the stakes and stuff that's sticking up. Like there's a tree on the flat. Here's a big wreck. I'm sure anybody been out there would know what that is. That's a big steel ship, and got that marked on there pretty well. There's a lot of buoys and things like this that you wouldn't see on the other chart as well, in terms of the side of the Key Largo. And then you have this whole creek system on the ocean side as well that people use to get in and out of these neighborhoods and to get up towards that direction. And it's all, most of it is not idle, so you could actually run it at speed for much of the area anyway. You come down in here into Largo Sound, and you can continue through the creek system further south through all of this. So we have, I think, reviewed all of this already. And let's see, here's some of the patch reefs out there off this area. So that's it. I'll go poke around this Rodriguez a little bit. Again, these are all idle only, or stay out of this area. These are like warning buoys to not approach the key. They don't want you up in here. They circle this island and also over here as well. These are basically, they don't want you running your boat through here. They want you to stay outside of the buoys at speed. And then down here at Tavernier Key, they got the same thing with the buoys around the whole island. And they have buoys and markers aligning all these channels, and then you have all of these stakes to get in and out in this area. There's just tons and tons of buoys and stakes in here, and it goes all the way down to Whale Harbor like that. There's just an enormous amount of detail. This is Toilet Seat Pass. That's a very famous run. All these are toilet seats through this whole thing. Hundreds of them. I didn't put every one of them on there, but I got enough stakes so you know what I'm talking about. So on the inside, you go through here. If you want to do it in the deeper area, you go through over here. Calpin's cut up here in the Tavernier area. It shows you the stakes and the run-throughs on all of these flats out here in the Tavernier area. There's a few. This one's marked with these posts. You walk through, go through the middle of the posts. Here, here, here. Manatee Pass. If you zoom in, you can see the track actually goes right between the posts like it's supposed to, right in the center of the channel the whole way. No question. They're all like that. I don't know how many there are out here in the park. If I just zoom out, you can see them. All these are navigable corridors that you could see at a glance to help you know what direction to go to get through the next bank, so you're not searching around for where these things are. These are all the marked ones. So there's some that are on there that aren't marked, and some of those I didn't even put on the map for good reason, but these are all the ones that are marked, and these are the ones that the Park Service would want you to go through. They're the ones that did that. And if you look at their map, which is a paper cartoon map, most of these are going to be on there, and they're going to want you to run through those places. And again, if you were here coming through this one here at Gopher Keys, you go through the markers like that, you zoom out, get your bearings, and head off in this direction, and you can immediately see that you can do it here or you can do it here, and you can do it up here, or you can make a left turn and come down over here, or you can make a left turn and go through over here. So all the options are immediately known, so you have your situational awareness is very high at a glance. And I put the markers on there like this on purpose so that you could see it zoomed out, so you could position yourself to get lined up for the next set if you want to continue to go off in a certain direction. It was done like this on purpose. So that's it for the South Florida update for ISLA mapping. So the FMT chart for South Florida, this is the new one, and a lot of people were asking, you know, what are the differences and what can you see on it, how is it better? Well, it's been about a 3-hour video, so I hope that everyone's satisfied that the areas that they were interested in were covered at least reasonably well to see generally what you get and what the differences are with the other product that most people use. So tried to be fair about it, and I think I was. So if you disagree, feel free to give me a ring, but I think I did a good job explaining the differences and showing the differences of what they are. So that's it. If you have any questions, feel free to send us an email on it. Again, there'll be another one of these coming out for North Florida in the not too distant future, and we'll do the same thing for Northern Florida, which is basically going to cover from here all down here, all the way to here, all the way up to Jacksonville and beyond. All this shoreline here, all this shoreline here, and all the lakes and inland areas around Pensacola and whatever will be covered, including Tampa Bay and the Nature Coast. That'll all be on the next update coming out. We're still working on the pictures for that, so coming soon. All right, that's it, guys. Happy boating.